I'm going to call the October 22nd, 2025 regular meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board to order. This time we'll take public comment on closed session agenda items. Is there any public comment?
Vice President Caston, there is no public comment.
All right, seeing no public comment, we'll be recessing to closed session to consider item B1, student expulsions, item B2, public employee discipline dismissal release, item B3, conference with labor negotiator. Name of designated rep attending is Dr. Vicky Zanz, and that will be for SRTA, CSEA, and Teamsters. Item B4, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation, and item B5, public employee performance evaluation for the positions as stated. With that, we will recess to closed session. All right, we will reconvene to open session at 6 p.m. Before we proceed with the agenda, President McNally joining the meeting remotely under just cause provision. President McNally, can you declare your just cause?
I'm requesting to participate under just cause reason 2, contagious illness.
All right, we have a request from President McNally to participate remotely for just cause reason 2, contagious illness. Is there a motion to accept her participation?
Motion to accept.
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee De La Torre, seconded by Trustee Medina. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, it passes unanimously. This means that we will take public comment via online as well as in person for the remainder of the meeting. With that, we're going to move to the Pledge of Allegiance, and then please stay standing for the land acknowledgement. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa se encuentran en el territorio tradicional y las tierras natales del pueblo Pomo. El territorio tradicional y las tierras natales del pueblo de las costas, y honro con gratitud la tierra misma y las personas que han cuidado y administrado a lo largo de las generaciones. Ese reconocimiento de la tierra nos ha llamado a comprometernos y seguir aprendiendo cómo ser mejores administradores, cuidar de la tierra que habitamos. Al ofrecer este reconocimiento de las tierras, afirmamos la soberanía indígena y trabajaremos para que las escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa sean más responsables ante las necesidades de los pueblos indígenas y nativos.
I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the coast of Miwok, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples.
Thank you. Moving to item C3, this is report of actions that were taken in closed session. On item B1, student expulsions in case number 2025-26-03, the board voted 5-1 to reject the proposed settlement and move to a hearing, with Trustee Medina voting no. And on item B4, conference with legal counsel, the board voted 6-0 to approve a settlement in case number 2025-07-0837. With that, we'll move to statements of abstention. Any members have any items they need to abstain from? Seeing no abstentions, we will move to adjustments to the agenda. Are there any requests for adjustments to the agenda? Trustee Jenkins.
Pull F7, please.
Mhm. F7, any other adjustments to the agenda? And President McNally just use the raise hand function. I'm keeping an eye on it. Okay. We will pull F7, seeing as the only adjustment to the agenda. We'll move to item D, reports. First up, we'll welcome the representative from the California School Employees Association, Santa Rosa 75.
Good evening. Good evening, Vice President Caston, Interim Superintendent August, trustees, cabinet, community members, and everyone on Zoom. I represent 650 classified employees. We are living this budget crisis every day. CSEA's mission is to improve the lives of the employees, students, families, and our community. To do that, we show up and speak up. Together, we can do better. Right now, we're asking for transparency and accountability. What savings have come from closing schools, merging campuses, and cutting classified positions? How much more needs to be saved, and by when? We've heard 5 million, 15 million, even 18 million. What amount, by when, are you asking who for concessions? Our members are asking to see a clear diagram or thermometer show us where the millions are coming from to raise the deficit, the reserve. How will the district find 3 to 5 million cash for payroll by March, or 15 to 18 million by June to avoid receivership? Show us the dollar amounts. Show the sources where money is found. Show us a picture we can understand and believe in. We're not asking for miracles, just math we can see. Publish a table showing projected savings from freezing admin schedules versus alternative cuts. Restore the trust. Stop the takeover. If declining enrollment and raising payroll are the excuses, here's our call to action. Make attendance a community challenge. Let's get ADA to reach 96% collectively district-wide. Lead by example. Reduce administrative costs before cutting student-facing staff. Audit all service contracts publicly before any more layoffs. SRCS has some of the highest contract service costs in California. Start there. No independent charters. Many families lost their district schools to closure. The district has to increase enrollment. It's not fair that district schools close, but the board reopens independent charter schools, delegating a public education to a private business. If SRCS enters state receivership, we'd be the first district in Sonoma County to lose local control. A distinction no one wants. Not the county, not the city. That's not what our staff, our students, our families, or our community wants. Receivership is just a polite way of saying the state takes over your schools and local democracy ends. And it takes up to 20 years to recover. And you think our state is going to do us better? They don't know us. You're asking everyone to make concessions. but classified employees are the lowest paid workers in the district. Most of our workers are living month to month. Yet we're the ones keeping schools open, safe, and functioning. We want to help, but trust must be restored first. Stop the takeover. Restore the trust. Together, we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. And I do want to ask anyone that comments on our public hearing item, please note that it's also important to comment when we open the public hearing. We obviously hear it up here, but for process reasons, it's happening during the public comment public hearing when I open it is important. With that, I'm going to recognize the Teamsters Local 665 report was uploaded online and can be read on that agenda. And we'll move to D3, Santa Rosa Teachers Association report.
Good evening, Superintendent August, Vice President Kasten, members of the board, members of the community. I'm Catherine Howell, SRTA President. Thank you first. I just want to say thank you to all the board members who've been willing to keep the lines of communications open with SRTA. We have a common goal of keeping the best education. We have a common goal of keeping on giving, sorry. I know there's some grammar in there. The best education possible to our students, right? Don't let me teach them grammar today. And we know that we will not make it through the fiscal disaster without collaborative thinking and problem solving and keeping students at the center of our conversations. Also, assuming approval from this board, we welcome Donna Gomes to the Citizens Oversight Committee for our bonds. It's really it's not a sexy position or an exciting position, but it's important to the community who voted for these bonds and the taxpayers who are funding all of this construction in our district to have assurance that the money is being spent wisely, keeping students at the center of our spending. 2 weeks ago, I asked you for numbers and wondered why there was no budget update available. We know we are in imminent danger of state receivership. We need to cut, echoing President Lehman, 10, is it 12, is it 15, is it $18 million this fiscal year? How much have we saved? How much have we already cut? Has spending been curtailed or slowed down? 2 weeks ago, President Lehman suggested a thermometer, like in a fundraising campaign, so we can see the savings, but no, we are not one bit more knowledgeable than we were 2 weeks ago about how far we need to go to get to avoid takeover. Last meeting, there were compensation concessions made. No numbers written down or presented at this meeting except in vague verbal terms. Instead, our families saw the numbers when they were reported by the Press Democrat. There's 2 more agenda items tonight discussing compensation concessions from management. Again, no attachments, no numbers, no charts, no way to know if this is progress or a useless sacrifice on our way to takeover. SRTA and our labor partners have also been asked for compensation concessions with no plan, no budget numbers, no assurances that this will actually get us out of the hole. Or will it be just more useless sacrifices as we circle the drain? Employees with precarious employment will leave. They'll leave our students without the highly qualified and experienced educators and educational support personnel they need. Our families are making choices right now about what school is right for their children. Will our students look for better educational opportunities elsewhere? Real numbers and assurance of solvency might change a mind, might give a student and their family the confidence they need to choose Santa Rosa City Schools. We need to keep our students at the center of our decisions and make sure that they have the district, the school, the teachers, and the educational opportunities they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Howell. I do want to note that for items G1 and G2, earlier today, attachments were added with specific numbers for the proposal that we'll be considering. I know that it does come late, but my understanding is that we need the details to be confirmed. So there are currently attachments for those 2 items, and people can either view them on their phones, online on our website, or we do have someone that can help up there, help you figure out how to make sure you can view those items before we get to those. So items G1 and G2 do have the attachments. With that, we'll move to D4, Superintendent Report. Superintendent August.
Thank you. I will actually keep my report brief this evening. Just want to reiterate my gratitude for our staff in our community in supporting us as we move forward and working through this together. It's not easy, and we do understand absolutely the ask for information as we are looking to make sure that we are providing information in a way that is not just us taking a preliminary first glance. We want to be mindful about what we share to make sure that it is thoughtfully presented in a way that is clear and understandable. I know that we expect to have our pre-first interim, which is something that we haven't done in the past. So an early projection should be finished October 31st. So we do expect to have that available at that time. I continue to have weekly visits to school sites. That's the highlight of what I get to do. I am out there doing classroom observations, attending events, or just listening to staff and, hearing what the struggles are, what the celebrations are. So thank you for welcoming me to your schools when I come. I always learn something new and see some great things. I also want to acknowledge our Fiscal Stabilization Advisory Committee. Thank you. We are focusing on the revenue side. So that, reminder, thank you, President Mary Lemon. We did talk about the need to increase attendance. We also have our Superintendent Student Leadership Council meeting on Monday. And so thank you to the students. We attended that at Ridgeway. So thank you, Natalia, for your hosting of that event. And we have many other items coming up that I will be attending. Just one more fun thing, which was a Friday flagpole assembly where a kindergartner knew more astronomy facts than I did. And it was great. The student just had amazing knowledge, and that was so much fun. And so again, just that helps me to connect every day with why we do the work we do. So just thank you. It doesn't go unnoticed, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you for the report. President McNally, do you have a report for us today? I'm going to take that.
No report tonight.
Thank you. Reports from the board. Trustee Jenkins.
Thank you. And I can't see all of you with these on, but I just wanted, before I give my report, because we have so many new faces in here, I wanted to let you know there's a screen down here. So if we're not looking at speakers, we can see better in the screen that's down here, just so everybody's aware. We're not ignoring you at all. All right. So my board report is I continue to be engaged in our community and schools. I attended the Santa Rosa High Showcase Night and will be attending part of Montgomery's tomorrow. Unfortunately, I missed the UC Showcase for Elsie that was held over Zoom. These events are being spearheaded by passionate staff and parents and not the district office staff, which to me is a bit alarming. I'm wondering what happened to all of the marketing information that was created to attract and keep students in our district showcasing special programs, the staff that was hired to work with feeder districts, and the community messaging to accompany them. I'm hoping to get to the Carrillo and Pioneer ones once they are scheduled. I'm also really trying to make it to all of our schools when they're in session. If something is happening at your school outside of school hours, please invite me. And thank you so much to the Proctor Terrace families for inviting me to their community meeting regarding their trenching study and next steps. We have one meeting scheduled for November, 1.5 for December. We have very few numbers, even though the board and community does continue to ask for them. Decisions are being made without all of the information, and we're facing financial crisis, which ultimately falls to the decision-making of the board. I want to keep local control of our districts. I know others do too. For that to happen, all parties must fight for the districts as a whole, our community as a whole, not only for the parts that impact them directly. If anyone is not able to do this, I ask that you please step down. I'm not speaking to any group of individuals, but to all of us. Every single person has some level of choice. Everyone can be mad, frustrated, confused, and make personal decisions about what you as an individual want to do next and your manner to support that. We do need numbers attached to everything. With every single proposal, it is so important that we know what we're doing now, what the proposed change is and why, and what the financial implications are. I do not want to hear it's common practice, we're better than we were before, things are going great, we have time, etc. We do not have time, things are not going great, and we need to pull this district out of financial ruin. There are plenty of things that are to be celebrated, and I'm absolutely not turning a blind eye to those. However, the board needs to focus solely on making financially smart, frugal decisions immediately so that we have an opportunity to focus on the celebrations at a later date. As a trustee, I need to know what's happening in the background. I've requested on numerous occasions for the calendar to be utilized for district events, including board meetings. Trustees should know when a meeting or gatherings are happening that impact any part of our districts. We have not yet fully instilled trust in our community, and if the board is kept in the dark with upcoming or past happenings, how can we provide the support that is needed to our community members? This also provides opportunities for relationship building between staff and trustees, especially those of us who are not meeting outside of board meetings. I believe my first formal request for information when I took this seat was a formal update on our alternative education programs, of which I haven't yet seen. It's not clear how we move forward with restructuring our entire secondary district without this in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Jenkins. We'll go to Trustee De La Torre.
Thank you, Vice President Caston. I just wanted to use my report tonight to lift up two highlights I was able to experience, invited into the classroom of Emma Thompson at Elsie Allen, and to observe and sit with her students during their class time. And the moments they were taking in her class was working on resumes and job interview skill sets, and to have an opportunity to speak to those students and what those first job experiences are like, what they're for. That's just being in those classrooms with those students is where it's all at. So thank you very much, Ms. Thompson, for having me. And I want to lift up and thank Stacy for bringing such a robust group together for the Violence Prevention Partnership City of Santa Rosa's annual seminar a few weeks ago. It was a room full of individuals dedicated to safety within our community. And the tone and temperament were so much different this year than they were last year. Last year, we were asking, how do we work together? How do we work together more cohesively with better transparent communication? And this year, there were much more conversations of how do we continue to work together the way we have been working together. We have much healthier, stronger relationships with our community partners to connect with our students and families and keep them safer. And it is evident in how we are going forward. So we had over 40 staff with San Francisco City Schools at that seminar participating and taking part throughout the day. And I'm really grateful I had the opportunity to be there. And it's the work that's not spoken about often, but it's the work that's really important that goes into providing safety for our students and our staff each and every day.
Thank you, Trustee De La Torre. We'll go to Trustee Prack, then Medina, then Kirby.
Hi, so last Friday I got to visit with John Fisher from Special Education and finish our discussion in my training on everything that Santa Rosa City School does with special services, and I find it quite fascinating. I also attended Pioneer High School's town hall with their great shakeout, where there was numerous guest speakers from Santa Rosa Fire to discuss emergency and disaster preparedness. And Friday, I'll actually be visiting Elsie Allen, Ms. Thompson's classroom, as well as next Friday, I'll be visiting Proctor Terrace, and I'm really looking forward to seeing all the little kids in their costumes.
Thank you, Trustee Prack. Trustee Medina.
Thank you. I got a lot of good report on, but I just want to actually just focus on one thing. For our families out there, there's reports that this weekend, maybe starting tomorrow, there's significant amount of members of ICE that are going to be dispatched to the Bay Area. Likely come into Sonoma County as well. So I just would ask the community to stay vigilant, stay safe. If you do see something, call the Rapid Response Network, 707-800-4544. Para toda la gente que esté mirando, que esté presente, que hable español, nada más quiero reportar que hay reportes creíbles de que va a haber muchos agentes de ICE, de la migra, durante este fin de semana, empezando mañana en la comunidad. Estén vigilantes y si ven algo, repórtenlo. Llamen al 707-800-4544. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Medina. Trustee Kirby?
Actually didn't. I was on vacation almost the whole time, so I nothing to report. Thanks.
Thank you. I will provide, I'll provide a few updates. I had the opportunity to visit the CCLA campus with a parent group and review the sports fields, some exciting improvements that the parent group has been improving there. I did a tour with Karen, who's the new executive director for the Sonoma County Museum, and I got to shadow one of the school classes going there. And they currently have some really interactive and great exhibits. And I encourage all of our teachers right now, they're offering the tours based on teacher interactions. And I know there's some work on the district side to organize some more of that. I definitely encourage teachers to take the opportunity. They have curriculum that they are offering to support folks with, that supports grade levels all the way from K up through 12th grade. And it was good to see how it had been probably 10 years since I had been into the museum, and it's gotten a lot more interactive, a lot more engaging than the past. There's a whole Gay LeBaron storytelling experience that includes the history of the county, and it's a really positive experience. I want to see more of our kids able to take advantage of that. With that, most of my work in the last 2 weeks has been around our fiscal situation and budget. I participated in CSBA's legislative conference call, getting an update on the current status of legislation at the state level. And I was able to meet with Assemblymember Damon Connolly, specifically addressing our concerns around state budget, how much money we're receiving, but also around our special education funding commitments and obligations, and really following up on the study that we received in January with him. Some of these fixes, some of the things that we see as being needed really can't start with us. They really need to come from the state and federal governments. And as a part of that, I was also able to participate, and I appreciate Superintendent August helping organize a meeting with Congressman Thompson's office today, including Director Fisher, where we were able to directly address the shortfall in the special education funding that we receive when IDEA, which is the acronym for the federal legislation for special ed, was passed. The federal government committed to funding 40% of those costs. Today, we receive about 6.5% of that funding. And were we to have that funding, that was just the baseline of what was promised with that legislation, we would have $22 million additional, which represents more than the structural deficit that we are tackling today. So I think I do not anticipate that this meeting will cause the federal government to become able to take action in the near term, or to be anything remotely as efficient as we are. But pointing this out and giving them those stories and recognizing the root cause of some of the challenges that we're dealing with today, I appreciate his office taking the time to hear that from us. With that, I'm going to turn to our student board member for item D7, Trustee Oliveira. Do you have a report?
No report.
All righty, thank you. We're going to be moving to item E. This is public comment on non-agenda and consent items. So this consent item is in our F calendar, and non-agenda items means something not on the agenda, but within the scope of our authority as a school board. For all comments today, we're going to be going to 90 seconds. I want to explain that we are limited by state law on how long we're allowed to run the meeting, and we only get to extend that meeting once. So if we do not complete the business before us, then it doesn't get accomplished, and everything on our agenda is important for the school district. So we'll be doing 90 seconds, but we'll not be limiting the total number of comments. Everyone will have the opportunity to speak. So for item E, I have I'm going to start with Nyla Lewis-Jean, followed by Kaylin Wen, followed by Natasha Deacons. And you can go to either one of the podiums up top, and we'll put the timer up on the screen.
Trustee Caston, will you be calling online after all the in-person ones, or?
Thank you. I appreciate that. We will be calling online after the personal ones because I just started doing this. So we'll go to the online after. And Nyla, if you're ready.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nyla Lujan. I go to Maria Carrillo, and I'm here to speak about the frequent problems we've gone on about our school going through many struggles, starting from last year, which we thought ended with the war with our principal, which was trying to get removed, and we gladly do have now still. We are now going through a very mix of options with combining our school with a middle school, Rankin Valley Middle School, which causes a lot of fuss and concern for not only me, but the rest of my teachers and my school overall. We learned about the news just recently, and if only you could have seen the face of panic on not only me, but others around me, it really left us all shaking. If the boundaries are moved and changed in a way, you don't know who's going to make it and who's not. And for the students who are already there now, there's a lot of panic because you don't know how soon this change is going to affect them. And being a Puma at our school is standing strong and having respect and consideration for all. And I feel that there's lots of lack of consideration for Maria Carrillo as a whole. Thank you.
Kaylin Wen, followed by Natasha Deacons, followed by Brenda Rodriguez.
Hi, my name is Kaylin Wen. I'm a senior at Maria Carrillo. I didn't expect to be back here so soon, but here we are again talking about the same budget deficit. First, I wanted to say how disappointing it is to see the lack of transparency between the district and its community. I think we have very different definitions of what transparent means, because seeing RVMS might merge with our campus solely through just an Instagram post from the Press Democrat is very insensitive, not only to Carrillo, but to all the families that get affected. If you really think about all the people that rely on RVMS, the staff, the students, the families, the parents, and also shrinking our high school population by half just to fit the addition of middle schoolers, it's a huge impact that I don't think you guys realize. However, going on about listing all the consequences or how unfair it is to us is far beyond obvious, especially to the people that are working in the district office. What is more concerning is your lack of planning and reasoning behind these actions. As for reasoning, could we at least know how much merging schools actually save us or how actually helps the situation? Last year, high schools that were merged with middle schools were promised new infrastructure. Why doesn't Carrillo deserve the same? Carrillo is already the smallest high school campus, as well as the most enrolled and yet still undersupplied out of everybody. Why isn't Carrillo equally promised more space to accommodate for the addition of these kids? The outcome is either forcing us to make space for them or drive these kids away to private schools or other districts. It was never about asking you guys for favors or any generosity. It's more of asking for the bare minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha Deacons, followed by Brenda Rodriguez, followed by Nicholas Hudson.
I'm going to step in place. I'm Brenda Rodriguez, and Natasha's going to go after me. So let's be clear, the move to a 7 through 12 model was driven by budget issues, not educational strategy. Staff and students are making the best of it, but statements made by Stacy Desideri framing this as a pedagogical choice we all agreed upon is erroneous at best. Where are the millions in savings we were promised from school consolidations? We haven't seen clear proof, yet the district office and board members are wasting time trying to expedite the closure of Rankin Valley Middle School. Closing our VMS doesn't make sense financially or logistically. Both Rincon Valley Middle School and Maria Carrillo High School are schools with strong enrollment. We were forced to turn students away this year. Forcing MCHS into a 7 through 12 model by shrinking the high school while other schools got new buildings isn't equitable and harms our arts and athletics. If this must happen eventually, do it right and prepare the site properly. The district's immediate priority should be cutting its own spending in non-essential positions. It's also critical to recognize the conflict of interest inherent in having the district office decide its own position cuts.
Thank you. Natasha Deacons, followed by Nicholas Hodson, followed by Pablo Robles.
For the last 10 years, as student enrollment has consistently declined, a responsible organization would have shrunk its central overhead. This district did the exact opposite. While our student body shrank, the central office grew from 36 administrators to 44, adding roughly $4.8 million to the general fund payroll. You became top-heavy, funding this bloat with short-term grants and temporary COVID money. You created a fiscal time bomb, and now that one-time money is gone, you are forcing our children, teachers, and staff to pay the price. I've reviewed the 2017 org chart against one from 2024. While you were planning to fire 12 counselors, you created an executive director of wellness and engagement, and astonishingly, a coordinator of wellness and engagement to support them. While you were firing libraries, you hired an executive director of technology, an executive director of information. This spring, you told us there was no money as you laid off 150 of our colleagues. Then, in the middle of this 5-alarm financial fire, you approved 2 brand new central office positions, the coordinator for curriculum and professional learning, and a new 6-figure director of school innovation and strategic outreach. I asked this board to demand a full independent audit of every central office position created since 2017 and start cutting from the top. Director Jenkins, thank you for your honesty tonight and for continuing to ask people to answer the questions you all deserve answers. Demand them.
Thank you. Nicholas Hodson, followed by Pablo Robles, followed by Lily Chavez.
Well said. My name is Nicholas Hodson. I'm a music teacher and a part of the music elementary team for the past 13 years. It is important to start by saying how proud I am to be part of a music team that is highly dedicated to educating our students to the best of their ability and that we are good at what we do. My statement starts with trust that the board wants what's best for the students. I'm here to make sure that you understand how our current situation is failing our students from a team of people that encounter every TK through 6th grade student in this district. Conditions and school closures coupled with the already existing limitations on our elementary music program are making it impossible to teach effectively. Due to closures, music teachers are pushed out of their rooms and forced to move around from room to room every 30 minutes. They're focused on the logistics of this instead of focusing 100% of their attention on student success. These issues of educating the holistic child are far-reaching. The attrition for our middle schools and high school programs will also suffer and undo the good that we have been working towards for the last 20 years. We require 3 things: supplies, to have students the necessary tools for students to learn, a space for students to feel safe in an appropriate environment for the learning and the specific subject, and time, because repetition of basic skills is how they learn. For as outstanding as our program is, the district and the students we pledge to educate without these very basic needs, we are being utilized at half of our capacity and wasting the other half. To paraphrase our district leadership, these are unprecedented times.
That is your time. Pablo Robles,
What
followed
are
by
your
Lily
priorities?
Chavez, followed by Irene Gildridge.
Hi, my name is Pablo Robles. I'm an elementary music teacher here at Santa Rosa City Schools, and I have been for the past 3 years. It's been the most challenging year yet for me. I'm pushing into classrooms to teach music, often covering multiple instrument families at the same time, which is very uncommon at the elementary level. I'm switching rooms every hour and rotating into new rooms every month. It's been very difficult to work on technique for individual instruments and keep students engaged. Because of this new setup, student focus and motivation to practice has dropped dramatically. Space has become a major issue, yet the only solution I have seen so far is to reduce space even more. How is that putting the students first? This district used to be known for its incredible music programs and receive many awards. Those programs start in elementary school. If we lose that foundations, all the performances you know and love at the middle and high school level, such as band, orchestra, jazz, and musicals, will all suffer. Please come to our concerts and events such as the Rose Parade to see what elementary students are capable of. I also strongly urge you to come visit our classrooms or other teachers' classrooms that we're pushing into, see what we do every day, and join us. We have plenty of drums and ukuleles for everybody. I'm going to send some dates and spaces that I'm in to your inboxes, so please join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Lily Chavez, followed by Irene Gildrich, followed by Jameson Mosing.
Hello, my name is Lily, and this is my third year as an elementary music teacher in this district. I came to SRCS from a neighboring district that treated their music teachers like garbage. At SRCS, I finally had a classroom, respect, and support. As a result of questionable financial planning and foresight, it appears as if SRCS is starting to turn into the exact thing that I was trying to escape. I'm lucky enough to still have my own classroom at Hidden Valley, but 2 of my colleagues have already lost their room due to overcrowding and now have to travel, meaning they have to walk around campus with their teaching materials all day. And it appears that this will be the case for all of us very soon. I dealt with this exact teaching situation at my old district, and there's truly nothing more demeaning than having to work for a district that doesn't even have the decency to provide its teachers with the bare minimum. I know that this board loves to recognize the achievements of the VAPA programs at the secondary level, and deservedly so. They're amazing programs run by amazing people. But I want to warn you that these programs will slowly soon start to die out as you stop supporting your music teachers, elementary music teachers. It starts with us. At the previous board meeting, the issue of adequate facilities for VAPA programs at the 712 schools was on your radar. What about the elementary music teachers? Are you okay with us teaching out of NPRs, stages, libraries, storage rooms? What about no classroom at all? I can't imagine that you would be okay with having to do your job in a room with no desk, no phone, no privacy, and no support. You seem proud of your weekly school site visits, but I've never had anyone down there visit me while teaching in the 3 years that I've been here, but I've also never asked. So I would like to extend a public invitation for any of you to come pay me a visit. I'm in the library at Burbank until 11:20 on Wednesdays. I'm in the NPR at Monroe until 11:40 on Thursdays, and I'm in room 26 at Hidden Valley all day on Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Irene Gildrich, followed by Jameson Mosing, followed by Emily Chirk. Irene, followed by Jameson, followed by Emily.
Good evening. My name is Irene Gilcrease. I'm in my 4th year at SRCS, also in elementary music. My primary site is Luther Burbank Elementary, a little gem of a school where I was notified a week before the start of the school year that I was losing my music classroom. My new space is the tiny stage attached to the Burbank cafeteria. I know that Lisa came in and saw. Thank you, Superintendent August. All that separates the stage from the cafeteria space is a curtain and a 3-foot drop to the floor below. And I also share this space with all the snack, lunch activities, as well as kindercare. The noise from these activities was so deafening and overstimulating that after 3 weeks of using this space, I'd elected to push into the younger grade classrooms. This creates a little bit of a challenge for the teachers with whom I work. Although they have been nothing but welcoming, it does not let them have a space to do their prep. I also have the immense privilege of being the marimba teacher for the district for grades 4 through 6, which means that at Luther Burbank, my only designated space to teach marimba is this aforementioned tiny stage. The reduction in space has meant that the once flagship marimba program at Burbank has scaled back to fit this space. I have fewer instruments but less variety, but more students, up to 31 at a time. Just today, 2 of these $5,000 instruments crashed onto the floor below because there was not enough space. And I was just grateful that it wasn't a student. So I would just like to make sure that we know our working conditions are learning conditions for the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Jameson Mosing, followed by Emily Church.
The Maria Carrillo High School Parent Association is deeply concerned about the proposal to accelerate the consolidation of Rankin Valley Middle School and Maria Carrillo High School into a combined 7 to 12 campus by 2027. This plan sidetracks attention away from the immediate threat of insolvency outlined by the Sonoma County Office of Education. The district must cut 10 to 15 million by February to avoid entering state receivership, which would mean losing local control and handing our schools over to the state, a devastating blow to students, teachers, and the entire community. We understand the urgency of the district's financial crisis. The focus right now must be on stabilizing our finances, not redirecting scarce resources, time, attention to a costly merger that won't bring relief for years. Every hour spent on long-term restructuring is time lost from solving the urgent problem before us. The proposal also raises serious concerns about safety, capacity, and educational quality on the Maria Carrillo campus. These are not minor adjustments. They would uproot hundreds of families and disrupt the stability that students depend on. Rushing to make decisions without being prepared to properly implement them will only add to the district's difficulties. Making hasty decisions under financial pressure would harm the very students we're here to serve. We urge the board to pause all non-essential consolidation efforts and center every discussion on preventing imminent state receivership. May these be the last 2 minutes we ever hear of this until we've successfully sorted out the
Thank you.
crisis.
Emily Chirk.
Good evening. My name is Emily Turk, and I'm a teacher at Stilling. Tonight, I'm here to talk about respect for the educators and staff who keep this district running every single day. Why are we being asked to take a pay cut when there are still so many areas of waste and excess that have not been addressed? Before you look to our classrooms for savings, look to your own offices. Step out of those expensive administrative suites and try putting 40 of you in one room. Or maybe try working in a broom closet. Unfair, cramped, and demeaning, well, that's what our staff is being asked to do. You tell us 80% of the district's budget goes to personnel. Well, a quick Google search will tell you that's normal, that's typical. What is not typical is 35% of that 80% is spent on leadership and administration. That is 3 times what the average should be. So I ask you, why haven't cuts started there? Why are we firing teachers that we need year after year and then adding to our admin at the district office? Board members, I am begging you, please start asking tougher financial questions. Make tougher demands of the people who put us in this situation. Look closer at the numbers, ask harder questions. And most importantly, show us the numbers. It's illegal to not be transparent with our finances. This is not your money. This is the community's money. Where is the transparency? What are you hiding? If you're not hiding something, then show us what you are doing with the money. Until there is transparency, accountability, and fairness in how this district manages the money, you don't have the
Thank you.
right to ask us
That's
to
your
do a
time.
pay cut.
Just going to take a moment. We actually need all of our board members at the dais to turn the cameras on per the emergency meeting regulations. So we can take a moment to do that. Thank you for the comments. For the student that had the, I believe it was Nyla, had the comment initially about the transfer criteria and current student concerns. We actually have a staff member up here who can take your name information to get you clarity on that issue. So if you want to head on up here, they can give you information about our transfer protocols for existing students at a campus. With that, we will go to public comments online. Do we have any public comments online?
Yes, thank you. If you're joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on a non-agenda or consent item, please raise your hand at this time. You have 90 seconds. Our first speaker is states iPhone. If you can please state your full name for the record.
Hi, yes, my name is Sheila Walker. Good evening, board and community. I have watched every single meeting that you have had since schools were closed for COVID. I want to say quickly that I think it would be the best interest of the district to clarify why you're in this position. The paper won't go into details. None of you have gone into details. I'm sure Trustee Kirby and Trustee Caston totally understand the financials of why you're sitting there with this debacle right now. But I have what, a couple seconds. You had a $29 million deficit for almost 10 years, 4 superintendents ago. That would be when Diane Kitamura started. You then were still sitting on it, kicking the can down the road for years and years. When COVID money arrived, that money was supposed to be for students. Everyone keeps saying student-centered. It was not spent on students. It was spent to give not just the administrators, but the teachers, the classified, everybody got a substantial increases, and that's great if you have the money. But we're talking about almost 50 million, or actually over 50 million in extra expenses while you were in a $29 million deficit. That's why you are there today.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any other online comments?
If there's any other members of the public joining us on Zoom who would like to comment on non-agenda items, please raise your hand. There are
Great.
no other hands raised.
Seeing no further comments, we'll close item E and we'll move to item F, consent items. I'm looking for a motion for approval for items F1 through 6 and F8 through 15.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Medina,
Second.
seconded by trustee Delatorre. Roll call, please.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. With that, we'll move to item F7, trustee Jenkins.
Yes, I pulled item F7 regarding the fifth item in that contract. I don't know who I'm talking to. Is there, oh, here they come.
Give us all time to pull it up as well.
It's the lighting.
All right, if you want to go ahead with the question.
Yeah.
I can-
Now that you're all here, I'm going to send you back up just in a moment. But so I pulled this, the initial question was, is this the same, I can't see, glasses, they're the worst. Is this the same thing that we voted on last week? And I did get a response of that, no, it's part of it. But my concern is with contracts in general, when they come in pieces, it feels sneaky. And so like last week's was for the lighting at Pioneer, it was $1 million and something. $1 million, which is just under the amount of savings that we find closing an entire elementary school, if I recall correctly. And then there's an additional part to this time costing an additional $80,000. And so it's not so much as like a question in that it's a request that with contracts that we can have some kind of like a, even if it's not, even if you don't know the exact numbers, but some kind of like a little bit more transparent on the total amount that we're going to be spending on this one thing. Because it feels so incredibly big. It does feel deceiving, and and I understand that it comes from different money and that's dealt with differently. But I just think that we need to have more transparency around these huge things. The whole dollar amount.
If I could attempt to take the statement and rephrase as a question, could you describe at what scale of contract we would typically have a trailing contract for management services? So at what scale of a contract would we also have a management services contract? Taking it apart. So the nature of the contract we approved last time was over $1 million, and the nature of managing it is necessitating this item coming before us to have a management contract component of it. So when should we anticipate that we'd have multiple contracts on on one project?
Probably every facilities project will have multiple contracts, right? We'll have the construction contract. We will have construction management services. Often we'll have surveying. We'll have project inspectors, special inspections, and that is the nature of these projects.
I'm sorry, could you please bring the microphone closer?
Sure.
Thank you.
Do you need me to repeat any of that? Okay.
Superintendent August?
It sounds like what I'm hearing is that there's a request for us to revise the format of the summary to include projected total project cost. So then that way, so we can take a look at that and we'll come back with another version in the future, and we can always make tweaks.
Trustee Medina?
I think I'd like to just like point out that the agenda item is contracts, right? So there's the projects and then there's the contracts. So these are contracts with different vendors. So that's why the amounts come in different pieces, because there's gonna be multiple vendors with the contracts. So this is a summary of the contracts that we're approving each week. I think if we want, as a board member, if you want to know total project cost, I think that's something that you could request. But in terms of the format and how it's on the agenda, we're approving contracts, right? We're not having a discussion on projects. So I think they've explained that understanding. Every project's going to have multiple contracts for architects, contract management services, the contractor, everything. So I think we need to understand that. And so I think the feeling that it's being sneaky, I think this clarification should help understand that they're not trying to be sneaky. This is a procedural effort, a procedural thing that we must do. So, yeah, so thank you for the work that you do.
Agreed.
Thank you. And I think what I'm hearing is a request for changing some of our current practices to provide more transparency, but not one to necessarily dilute the focus of this item on our agendas. So I appreciate that, Trustee Jenkins, and it sounds like Superintendent August will take action on that. I do want to clarify that all items in these contracts are bond funds, and a leading question, those are not eligible to be utilized for operations, teacher costs, other elements.
Correct.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Trustee Delatorre,
Motion to approve.
is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Trustee Delatorre, seconded by Trustee Kirby. All the roll call, please.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. All right, thank you. With that, we will move to G1. Superintendent August, I'll let you introduce the item and the presenters.
Thank you, Vice President Caston. I want to start by sharing some information as far as why there will be a little bit of a difference in the way that the administrative position, the administration contract concessions are presented this evening. The superintendent's contract is the only contract that is multi-year. So as far as with our administration. So I brought my concessions were for the totality of the time of my contract, which it remains in place as my CBO contract. So just wanted to clarify that the items on here for this evening for the other administration, they have one-year contracts or are on a salary schedule that is actually acted on by the board each year. If we are going to make changes in the current year, those have to be agreed upon by the individuals for an individual contract or by a majority vote of the people affected on the salary schedules because they don't have bargaining agreements. So it's a little bit different. So just wanted to preface with that's why you see 1 year changes for our assistant superintendent contracts as well as administration. Dr. Zantz?
Thank you, Superintendent August, Vice President Caston, members of the board. I am here with my colleague, Dr. Roger Castro, and we are here to present to you our offer for concessions for the remainder of the 25-26 school year. And this says 26-27. Okay, there's a mistake on the paperwork, but we have agreed to reduce our car stipend by 50%. We have agreed to accrue only 10 vacation days this year rather than 22, which is in our contract. We are agreeing to 1 furlough day this school year and to suspend our vacation payout, so not draw on our extra vacation days.
Thank you. And I want to first express our appreciation and recognize that these are voluntary and individual. And I also know that we all share the understanding of necessary, but it is still not an action that you needed to bring forward today, and I appreciate both of you sitting here and presenting these concessions for us. I want to note that in the item, the percentage of the concessions are listed at 6.1% in total. And I'm hoping I'm accurate with that.
So actually, that looks like it is the 26, 27 for next year proposal. So it looks like the wrong attachment is there. This year is just slightly different in that the top number instead of 1,800 is 900 because it's only for the half a year.
So I will utilize my estimation to say 5.6% because I believe that is the percentage that was on Superintendent August's one-year concessions. So
I actually have the data
Oh,
in front
beautiful.
of me, and it is, you're close, 5.3%.
5.3. So I want to recognize that as 5.3% total compensation reduction for current year, current cash flow. I'd like to move to questions from the board. Any members have questions? Trustee De La Torre, then Trustee Prack.
So information read off was for this year. We're not reading off the 26, 27.
Correct,
We just have the wrong document attached.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
And the only difference in the attachment is the car stipend is 900 because there's only X number of months left in the year, correct?
This attachment also mentions 2 furlough days for 27. So
That's-
there's
that's
some
what I was gonna
significant
say.
differences
Okay.
from what we presented and attached to what you're reading. I just wanted confirmation what you read was accurate for 25, 26.
Yes, for 25, 26, it is a reduction of $12,403, which is 5.3%. And it includes the things that I read off, the car stipend, the accrual of vacation days, 1 furlough day this year, and suspending vacation payout.
Thank you. So, and that's 5.3% total compensation. Any other questions? Again, thank you. I'm going to ask anyone else wish to provide comments. All right. Well, we appreciate these concessions. Is there a motion to accept them?
Motion to accept.
Vice President Casson, I think we have to call public comment on
Yeah.
that.
Sorry, I don't have any cards, but you are correct. Thank you. I have to remember we're using the hybrid model. So are there, I see I have no cards. Are there any comments online?
If you'd like to make a public, a comment on item G1, please raise your hand.
I
Sorry here.
believe that hand is you. So I will.
Yep.
All right, seeing no comments, now I'll ask for a roll call motion or motion, please. Have the motion, De La Torre. Yeah, let me repeat it just.
Motion to accept concessions offered by Dr. Zanz and Dr. Castro. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee De La Torre made the motion. Trustee Kirby seconded. Roll call, please.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
She left. She'll be back, but she left.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. That motion passes 6 ayes. Trustee Jenkins not present. We'll move to item G. Thank you both. We'll move to item G2, scheduled management compensation concessions. I have Superintendent August presenting it, and I will have you introduce other presenters.
Okay. We have for our certificated and classified management reductions, they have voted and agreed to 2 furlough days. So certificated, I will begin with 2 furlough days in the current year, as well as the elimination of car stipend for the remainder for half of the year. And as I'm looking at the attachment here, I'm only seeing the classified side of this on here, I think. So that was the certificated. And then the classified, there's a bit of a difference between the classified and certificated structures. And so classified has a vacation payout as well, and they have agreed to a suspension of the vacation payout in addition to the 2 furlough days and the removal or elimination for half of the year of the car stipend. So we will upload corrected attachments with those savings amounts.
How accessible is the written version of that? All right, let's take a moment and get it up on the screen. When I have the 2 people in front of us that are making the offer, it's a little different.
There may be other confidential information on there, so I don't know about the display. It'll take us a moment.
Okay. If the board's okay, I'd like to give staff a moment so that we can actually see these numbers on the screen before we take action. Is there any objection to us suspending the rules and moving to item 3 while that happens? That is the approval of variable term waiver for mission services credential. All right, seeing no objection,
No objection.
all right, I'm gonna move the agenda to item 3. I think it's important for us to see those numbers in writing. So while we're doing that, item G3 is the approval of variable term waiver for administrative service credential for Taryn Reynolds. And I'm going to guess that Director Fisher is presenting. Please give us a presentation.
Sure. We're requesting a variable term waiver for our current program manager, Taryn Reynolds. She stepped into the position about a year ago as a school psychologist in the district and was attempting to obtain the credential through testing. And she'd passed one section of the test. And at the time, when we offered her employment, we required that she either pass the test, and if she didn't, then she would have to enroll in a credential program, which she has subsequently done and has started at commencing this year. And she should have her preliminary credential in June 2026.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions? Trustee Delatorre?
Motion to approve the variable term waiver for administrative services credential for Taryn Reynolds.
Second.
All right, I am gonna see if there's any questions. All right, seeing no questions, I am gonna open public comment. I have no cards. Do we have any online public comments for item G3?
If there's anyone in the joining us on Zoom who'd like to comment on item G3, please raise your hand. There are no hands raised.
All right, so see no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion by Trustee Delatorre and a second by Trustee Medina. Superintendent August, is there a clarification on this item? Okay, then we'll go to a roll call vote, please.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Aye. Trustee Delatorre.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously with Trustee Jenkins absent. This time, are we ready to move back to G2?
Yes, and it's a correction on my part, which is that on the attachment, it is just not broken out separately between certificated and classified. So the groups are listed as confidential, scheduled management, and supervisory. Confidential and supervisory are classified, and scheduled management includes both certificated and classified management. So that is a total cost savings for the current year of $336,838. I do not have the percentage because it doesn't work out the same way when we're looking at a lump of employees together with various days.
Okay, now that's current year savings. I want to reiterate that we can't look at future savings because none of these go past 1 year as far as contract.
Correct. It would be up to the board to adopt any changes to a calendar or salary schedule for future years.
Okay, Trustee Medina, are there other board members that have questions?
Yeah, do you
Trustee
know
Medina.
about how many FTEs in total this was again?
No, I was asking if Vicky knows that one off the top of her head. I know that when
About, if you don't know exactly.
roughly about 100.
Yeah, I would say about 100.
So a 336,000 current year savings across 100 employees.
Okay. So about
Correct.
3,400 average.
Actually, I think it might be a little bit more because the supervisory unrepresented is a larger group. So I would say just a guesstimate would be about 110 or 115 employees.
Thank you for that information. Any other questions? All right, before we move to comment, I'm going to open public comment on the item. I have no cards. Is there any online public comments?
Any members of the public joining us on Zoom would like to comment on item G2, please raise your hand. There are no hands raised.
All right, thank you. Seeing no public comment on this item, we'll move back for discussion to the board. Trustee De La Torre.
Thank you, Vice President Caston. I just want to elevate the seriousness of the situation we're in and the gratitude for everyone that has stepped up to this point to consider any concessions. Concessions are not an easy pill to swallow, and we do not want to have these conversations, but it is the situation we're in. As we continue to look at these are drops in the bucket. But as stated before, it takes drops in the bucket to fill that bucket. And collaboratively and collectively, we are going to get there. We are continuing to have every conversation at all levels to figure this out and make this work. And just want to show gratitude for everybody that stepped up to this point to make any concession to help our district.
Thank you, Trustee De La Torre. Other comments from the board? I just want to add my appreciation. All of these items are entirely voluntary, and they also are addressing our current year challenge. And our current year challenge is the one where we have the least tools available in order to address it because we're currently in the year. So for all the employees that have stepped up and offered these concessions, my gratitude. With that, is there a motion to accept these?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Medina,
Second.
seconded by Trustee Kirby. Roll call, please.
Student Board Member Olivera,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Prack,
Aye.
President McNally,
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. Thank you. Our next item is G4, correction to approved provisional internship permit application. Kaylani Marie Gomez, Alcala.
Move to
I-
approve.
Want to open up public comment? I don't have any public comment. Is there any online public comment?
Any members of the public joining us on Zoom would like to comment on item E4, please raise your hand. There are no hands raised.
I see no public comment. I have a motion from Trustee Medina.
Second, Trustee Medina's motion.
All right, second from Trustee De La Torre. Roll call vote, please.
Student Board Member Olivera,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Prack,
Aye.
President McNally,
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. All right. We are now moving to item G5. This is a public hearing on the Pivot Charter School North Bay renewal. I have an extended statement to read here to introduce the item. So we're going to convene a public hearing on the Pivot Charter School North Bay continuing charter petition. The district received a continuing charter petition from Pivot Charter School North Bay on September 26, 2025, and assigned certification deeming the petition to be complete. Pivot is currently authorized by the Oak Grove Union Elementary School District. However, because Pivot operates facilities within the boundaries of Santa Rosa City Schools at 2999 Cleveland Avenue in Santa Rosa, it's required to either obtain the advanced approval from Santa Rosa City Schools to continue operating a facility within the district prior to submitting a renewal petition to its current authorizer, or it must submit a petition to this district as a continuing charter school. Pursuant to district board policy, the district denied Pivot's request to continue operating a facility within our boundaries and maintain Oak Grove Union Elementary School District as its charter authorizer. Therefore, Pivot has submitted its continuing charter petition to the district for review and consideration. To that end, the district commenced the applicable timelines for the petition review process. Pivot seeks a 5-year charter term commencing on July 1st, 2026 and ending on June 30th, 2031. The purpose of this public hearing, what's going to happen tonight, is to determine the level of support for the petition by district teachers, other district employees, and parents and guardians. This matter will then come back to the board for final action at a future board meeting. Representatives from Pivot will have an opportunity to make a presentation to us as the board regarding the petition and will receive up to 10 minutes for that presentation. I'm going to invite the representative of Pivot, but I want to clarify that the board won't be discussing. We're here to receive the information and the comments tonight. Staff is then going to include that in their analysis, so we won't be discussing anything. We're here to listen. And with that, I'm going to invite the Pivot representative up for their presentation, and then I'll open the public comment. Public hearing.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Superintendent August and Dr. Castro. Thank you both for visiting this morning. We really appreciate you having stopped by, the kids and the family. The families really love to see you and the staff as well. Superintendent August and board members and all staff members at Santa Rosa City Schools. I have been watching all of the board meetings for the last year and a half and prior to that as well, but I commend you on having to make some really, really, really tough decisions about problems that none of you created. Because as somebody mentioned earlier, these things have been happening to the public schools in the state of California and in our county here for a very, very long time. So I commend you for the tough job you've had to make some of these decisions. So President McNally and Vice President Caston, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present tonight. As you know, we've been in your backyard for the last 15 years with our facility here for Pivot Charter School North Bay. So I will give you a little bit of background, and then you're going to hear from the people that really matter. So lots of pictures of many of our field trips and our campuses and our students having fun. We like to take lots of pictures all the time, obviously. So you can keep going. So I'm just going to review who our students are, how they're performing, give you a little bit of background about the Pivot program, and some background and additional information about just Pivot Charter Schools and Rhodes Educational Organization, which is the non-for-profit organization that runs the 4 Pivot Charter Schools and all 4 public agencies. So just a few numbers so you know who our students are, and this is just summary of all the information that's in the charter petition. I'm sure you haven't read all 417 pages. If you have, God bless you. But most of our students do come from Santa Rosa High School as the highest percentage of where our students are coming from. And you can see the numbers from there. It goes down pretty significantly after that. So you have a better idea. Who else are our Pivot students? Our enrollment currently at the writing of the charter was 437. We had 65% socioeconomically disadvantaged, which is higher than the biggest high school where we draw from, Sonoma County and California as a state. We had 26% of our students qualify for special education. They have learning disabilities. We only qualify on average, just so you know, we qualify maybe 3% of that 26 every year. So what I'm saying is most of them are coming to us already having qualified for special education services. We have been as high as 28, 29%, 33 at one point a couple years ago in the middle of the year, but on average, it's about 26 to 28% of our student populations qualify for special education, which is, 2 to 2.5% greater than in some cases the district average and the national average. So we're trying to compare ourselves apples to apples on the percentages of homeless and English language learners and our foster youth. We work with some of the foster homes here in Sonoma County, a pretty tight relationship, and we do get a lot of students from them, just proportionally. So, and this is just the second graph, sorry, go back real quickly, sorry, is just our students over the years. So you see some of the increases in some of the numbers of our students and our demographics of our students going up over the years. Thank you. And these are the numbers just from the Santa Rosa City Schools. Keep in mind that 552 total students are just who came through the door. Kids come, they leave, they go back, they come, they go back. So while we only have 437, we hit a high of 552 through our doors last year. Of those students, 74.6 live within the Santa Rosa City boundary. Live. So they have a school of residence where they actually live, but only 60%, 60.5% had ever attended a Santa Rosa City school. So if you look at we have a very small elementary population, so it's not like those were all kindergartners coming to us. They were coming from private schools and outside of the community. That's why the difference there. Of those students last year, 60.5% had discipline records, 85% were chronically absent within the Santa Rosa City schools, 70% were not meeting SBAC and ELA standards, almost 88% were not meeting the math standards, 56.1% had earned, of the high school students, had earned less than 25 credits on average, and 50.6 were either EL or RFEP. 43.1% of all of our Santa Rosa City School students qualified for special education and to receive special education services. Just a quick flyby on our enrollment. It's gone up over the years. We had a wait list the last 3 years of about 150 to 185 students. We go to a wait list when we have met capacity in our various programs, and that's usually based on staffing. We're not going to hire teachers mid-year unless we have a good pool of candidates, so we have to go to a wait list and do a random public lottery drawing for those positions. If students leave, we can fill that position. So just a little history of our enrollment. Last year 2 years ago being one of the biggest years. We got almost up to 500 students. As I mentioned, we are mostly a high school. We have a much smaller elementary population, and it makes sense. We are independent study. We don't do what a lot of those homeschools do out there where they give parents vouchers or credits for horseback riding and those kinds of things that a lot of the homeschool programs do. We are just independent study. We use an online curriculum, and online, we have enough kids being online at a very young age. And so it has to be something that the parents commit to be there with their students and to help them and to be the learning coach. So we are predominantly a high school for those reasons. It's not the same as some of the homeschool programs that you might be more familiar with for elementary students. So go ahead. We have a pretty high turnover. We call ourselves Pivot for a reason. The intent of the founders of the charter schools was to create a place where kids can maybe knock that chip off their shoulder about education, about teachers, about adults, about some of the trauma that they've had in their lives. Many of our students have had significant trauma, and to help them pivot their attitude about those things, to pivot their attitude about what they're capable of doing. And they do frequently go back to the traditional public schools. So we do have a number of students that are new every year. And another part of that is independent study is not right for all students. And being online is not right for all students. I think they think sometimes the high schoolers think it's going to be easier because it's online. And yeah, I'm on my phone all day. It's going to be easy to do my school that way. Kiddo, algebra is still algebra. You still have to do it, whether it's online or not. So I think some students go back because they found that independent study is really hard. They do have to have the support of their family members and coaches and show up to be with credentialed teachers and take classes face-to-face. And so they think it's going to be easier because it's online, and it's not. So a lot of kids do go back. So how are we performing? These are just last year's metrics. As you know, we don't have the full dashboard up and running for based on last year's test scores, but the prior year we had some pretty significant, happy increases, improvements in our students' performance. You saw that the students were already coming in with some deficits in what they know and our SBAC scores and whatnot. And we have been working really hard on our dashboard metrics. And we were thrilled with last year's California dashboard with an increase in ELA, a huge increase in math, and we embedded a whole lot of additional outside resources for our students to give them the assistance they need in math. English learner progress stayed the same. College and career increased. Chronic absenteeism went down. Not a whole lot, but it went down. We're so proud of you guys. And the graduation rate increased pretty significantly. And as you may or may not know, we qualified for CSI for our graduation rate and our chronic absenteeism. And so we're moving forward with some programs working with the county on the graduation rates.
And you have about 2 minutes remaining.
Okay, so real quick, I won't read it all to you, but we were also very proud of the subgroups. I don't like that name subgroup because it makes people feel like they are subpar, but that's what we've been calling them forever in the state of California. So the subgroups here also had pretty significant increases. Very proud of the graduation rate with our very high percentage of students with disabilities improving so well on the graduation rate. So way to go, teachers. You did an amazing job. Quick satisfaction, parent surveys, and the one that I'm really proud of is the next one. The student satisfaction, that first bar there where they say Pivot charter school teachers provide me with what I need to be successful and finish my classes. That's the one that matters the most to me, that they feel supported and they feel that they can do it. And to have a whole bunch of high schoolers tell us this is really heartwarming to me as one of the founders. The program, online curriculum, lots of support, both at the school site, as you both saw today. We have online workshops with credentialed teachers in every single subject that a student can be enrolled in every week. We have tutoring with credentialed teachers providing tutoring every single day in every subject of the 4 core areas. We have our EL programs, our EL classes. We have teachers meeting with their students every single day and touching bases and tracking what the students are doing every single day. It's the beauty of the online curriculum. We can see what they did 2 seconds ago in every single one of their classes. And that's the teacher's job. They have 28 to 32 kids and they're called educational coordinators, and they do an amazing job staying on top of what the students are doing and supporting them and moving them along and taking care of them.
We have about 10 more seconds, so you
Okay.
can wrap it up.
All right, quick, keep going. You can look at the pretty pictures later. Keep going. You already read that. So just a quick clarification, we are not private. We are a public entity. We are a public school subject to 97.6% of the ed code that traditional public schools are, and you are not actually responsible for our debts if we close, because we are a non-for-profit. I wanted to make sure that that point was
Thank you.
brought forward.
Great.
Thank you for your time
presentation.
and for considering our charter. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. We're going to now open up the public hearing to receive public input on the petition. I'm going to start with in-person comments, then we'll move to online. We're limiting it to 90 seconds. And I am going to open the public hearing. Our first speaker will be Jennifer Castro Ballard, followed by Raquel Montoya Dane, followed by Catherine Howell.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jennifer Castro Ballard. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist, and I own Sonoma Family Therapy here in Santa Rosa. Our practice has 13 therapists, and we've been serving youth and families in Santa Rosa for the past 10 years. Through this work, I've seen firsthand the unique needs and the tremendous potential of students that don't always fit the traditional school model. Pivot Charter provides an essential educational home. Their inclusive environment helps students feel seen, supported, and confident, while building the curiosity and life skills that prepare them for lasting success. Pivot fills a vital role in our community ensuring these students are not just accommodated, but truly supported to thrive. I strongly encourage the district to authorize Pivot Charter School so they can keep providing meaningful, student-centered education that prepares young people to reach their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Raquel Montoya Dane, followed by Catherine Howell, followed by Evie Green. One second, hold on a moment. We're doing multiple technology items right now. Go ahead.
Good evening, board members and community members. My name is Raquel Montoya Dane, and my high schooler Ellis has been attending Pivot Charter School for several years now. It's not an exaggeration to say that Pivot changed everything for Ellis. They were having a hard time at their previous school with anxiety, depression, and chronic pain. And Pivot offered a way for Ellis to continue their education in a calm, supportive environment with teachers and administrators who were responsive, understanding, and deeply committed to creating the best learning environment possible. Everyone we've worked with at Pivot has shown this level of expertise and caring. And especially Ellis's education coordinator, who has from the beginning been a dedicated advocate, a knowledgeable resource, and a motivating force for Ellis. Pivot Charter School provides a crucial alternative for families. The individualized guidance from the education coordinators, the flexibility in the methods of attendance and the pace of assignments, and the responsiveness of the teachers and administrators all work together to create a unique and adaptive school that can truly support students. Pivot provides an important option for parents and students within the Santa Rosa City Schools District, and I really encourage you to include them. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Howell, followed by Evie Green, followed by Casey Beckler-Carr.
Hi, Catherine Howell, Santa Rosa Teachers Association President. It's probably not what you're expecting me to say right now as a union president and advocating for a school that is obviously non-union with their teachers. But the reality is that Santa Rosa doesn't have the programs to meet the needs of those students that currently attend Pivot. We haven't created the alternative programs. We don't have the capacity for the alternative programs. And to say to the Pivot students that they need to come back to Santa Rosa City Schools where they won't get the same programs that they need and want is a slap in the face to those students. So I just wanted to point that out. We don't have the capacity. We don't have the ability to give them the programs that those families obviously chose. Thank you.
Evie Green, followed by Casey Beckler-Carr, followed by Daryl O'Neill.
Good evening. My name is Evie Green. I have been going to Pivot Charter School since 5th grade, and I chose to come to Pivot because it was the only school in Sonoma County that could accommodate my needs during my double ankle reconstructive surgeries and postpartum rehabilitations. Since being at Pivot, I have enjoyed receiving one-on-one help and appreciating their ability to connect with me and provide guidance when I have needed it most. Without them, I wouldn't be where I am today academically and personally. Thank you.
Thank you. Casey Beckler-Carr, followed by Daryl O'Neill, followed by Christina Pratt Ramos.
My name is Casey Becker-Carr. I am a paraprofessional at Pivot Charter School North Bay. I am not exaggerating at all when I tell you that this is the most wonderful job I have ever had the privilege of working. The main reason, of course, thank you, is how we're able to make a difference in these kids' and teens' lives. Students come to Pivot for a variety of reasons, because they were bullied at their last school, because our online or hybrid school system works better for them, or because they need a more tailored education plan that meets their needs better. We at Pivot North Bay strive to meet students where they're at, that year, that month, that day. Our goal is to support each student in a way that works for them, not a one-size-hopefully-fits-all method that can leave students with atypical or non-traditional needs or abilities left behind. We're proud to say that almost 27% of our student population is special needs. And we're even more proud about how our system of support we have set up for those students works. Educational coordinators, educational specialists for each student, and paras like myself to help day to day. Many of our special education students would struggle in a traditional school environment, but they're blossoming with us. The reality is we're providing an incredibly valuable service to the community for abled students, disabled students, students without reliable transportation, students who are bullied, students who learn better online, and so many others. Not approving our charter would risk removing an essential learning resource from our community, and I hope you take this into consideration, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Daryl O'Neill, followed by Christina Pratt Ramos, followed by Bello Castro.
Hello, my name is Daryl O'Neill. I am a proud Pivot dad. I believe that Pivot is a wonderful wonderful school. It has provided both of our kids with amazing self-determination. And we had a daughter who is now 21 who has moved on to the JC. We believe that the Pivot environment provided her with the last couple years of her high school with some amazing support and learning opportunities for her. Our son, who is now a junior at Pivot, is doing fantastic. And we really appreciate all of the amazing coordinators and educators at Pivot. They do such a wonderful job. He is looking to be a pilot in the Air Force, and we believe that the amazing opportunities that Pivot provides is incredible. So thank you very much, and we hopefully will continue on.
Thank you. Christina Pratt Ramos, followed by Bella Castro, followed by Eric White.
Thank you. My name's Christina Pratt Ramos, and I'm a resident of Santa Rosa and a business owner in Santa Rosa. I'm here today as a parent who believes deeply in the value of Pivot Charter School. Pivot provides innovative and personalized education that meets the unique needs of my child and many other students. My mother-in-law and her two siblings are graduates of Montgomery High. My husband and his two siblings attended Montgomery High and played soccer for the Vikings. My two sons are graduates of Montgomery. So as you can imagine, I did not expect to need to look elsewhere for education for my youngest child. But as it turns out, not all students are the same. And my daughter required a different path, and we were fortunate to find Pivot. She's in her third year there, and she is thriving. She's concurrently enrolled at classes in person at Santa Rosa Junior College. And initially, we thought our only option for her would be to seek out private school. And the idea of paying for tuition on top of property taxes in this community was upsetting. And frankly, we didn't know how we would swing it. So I learned that, Pivot Charter School is a public school, which is free to students, and they offer families more choices to find the best educational fit for their children, which is essential for fostering academic success and well-being for students who.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bella Castro, followed by Eric White, followed by Barbara Younger. Bella?
Hello, my name is Bea. Before I came to Pivot, I was feeling unsafe and unwelcome. When I first came to Pivot, I felt really safe. Pivot has welcomed me with kindness. Pivot has helped me stand out of my comfort zone, be more confident, and motivated me for school. Pivot is a great school because it's where students feel welcome, get all the help that we need. They check up on us every single day. Some things I like about Pivot there are great staffs that are willing to help out students all the time, that I have been given great opportunities and that I felt like I've heard here. I think you should vote yes to Pivot because Pivot is a student-safe place to be at and where we all feel welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Bea. Eric White, followed by Barbara Younger, followed by Sarah Cooler. Hold on one second. Is the mic? Are we ready? Okay, go ahead.
When my wife and I learned about Pivot potentially closing, we were very alarmed, as I'm sure many of all the other parents and students that are here tonight in the blue shirts. My son is in his 4th year at Pivot Charter School. I just wish that number were higher because since attending Pivot Charter, his grades have come up, his anxiety in going to school has been eliminated, but most importantly, his comprehension of the subject matter has improved. And as such, it is clear to my wife and I that Pivot teaches in a way that is conducive to my son's way of learning. Closing Pivot will definitely have a negative impact on the rest of his schooling, and I implore you to keep Pivot open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Barbara Youngert, followed by Sarah Cooler, followed by Yamil Sarabia.
Hi, my name is Barbara Youngert, and my son Sam struggled with absenteeism and anxiety, and we found Pivot Charter School, and what a fit. The relationship between the staff, the teachers, and him was instrumental. He is an online learner. He graduated from Pivot in 2017. One of the things that I've noticed is that because of his relationship with the teachers and staff, he was able to stand up at graduation and thank all of them individually and personally for what they had individually given him. He is now at the junior college. I have found that because of that relationship with teachers, he's able to have conversations with his professors. This is huge. This is something that not every young man or young woman gets. So thank you, Pivot. It's gonna make me cry. Anyway, keep them open.
Thank you for your comment. Sarah Cooler, followed by Yamil Sarabia, followed by Stephanie Words.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Culler, and I'm the lead elementary educational coordinator, or EC, at Pivot. I've worked in education for well over 20 years. Elementary, like other grade levels at Pivot, is a hybrid program. Students do their work on a computer and in workbooks at home, but have access to enrichment activities and field trips on campus twice a week. Students also have access to online workshops, support sessions, tutoring, class meetings with their fellow students, and dedicated individual support from their EC. When students are struggling, we have an awesome team that comes together to help us support our students. There are many reasons parents put their youngest children in a program like ours, but the most pressing is that for some it is absolutely a lifeline, a chance to create a safe educational space and their own home for their child who wasn't functioning in a traditional setting. I've had students that had physical ailments that made it impossible to be in a classroom. Students with crippling anxiety for whom just going to school is terrifying. Students that have been severely bullied, and on the positive side, students that were bored and wanted to accelerate their own education. Having worked in 2 models of education, I do not see those models as existing in isolation or being at odds with each other. I see them as different regions on a continuum of support that our students need. Classroom teachers know that adapting for our students is key, but there's only so much you can do when you have 20 to 30 students in limited time. And there are only so many options for differentiation before a different model like Pivot is needed. By authorizing our charter, you are showing your dedication to all of your students and their diverse
Thank you
needs,
for your
and that you're
comments.
committed to supporting them. Thank you.
We'll go to Yamil Sarabia, followed by Stephanie Words, followed by Sherry Cutsforth.
Good evening. My name is Yamile Sarah Sarabia. This is my 4th year at Pivot. When I first came to Pivot, I was in need of an academic environment with staff that would take the time to understand my needs and help me grow. Pivot has helped me in so many ways. For example, thanks to Pivot, I was able to grow as a person and as a student. I was able to get over my social anxiety and make new friends. Most importantly, I was able to really catch up and succeed academically thanks to Pivot support. Pivot is a great school because they are flexible yet determined. They help students work towards all their goals, and students' families are also given individual support with understanding their child's needs. I think you should vote yes to accept Pivot because you will be giving so many students in need of a supportive community the opportunity to grow and succeed.
Thank you. Stephanie Words, followed by Sherry Cutsforth, followed by Nicole Turner.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Woods. My daughter has had long COVID for the last 2.5 years, and she was bedridden for 1.5 years. And once her cognitive function started returning, she started panicking about not going to school, and she loves school so much. So it was a relief when I found Pivot. And they were able to work with her because she can't attend school in person. And she started in January taking she almost finished one class. She does an hour of school a day, and some days it might take her 10 hours. But she's positive, and she's interacting with people online, which she doesn't do because now she has such incredible anxiety about seeing people. But her ECs, her educational coordinators, have been so supportive and understand and know what she needs, and that she is trying as best she can. And they don't question her. And this has been so amazing for her mental health, her positivity, and for our family. Pivot has just been invaluable, and I'm just so grateful every day to have found this school.
Thank you very much. Sherry Cutsforth, followed by Nicole Turner, followed by Jana Gaskell.
Good evening. My name is Sherry, and my son has been at Pivot for 2 years. He's a junior there now. Coming from a school that he did not feel safe at, he was uncomfortable with going every day, couldn't focus. Pivot has brought to him confidence, support in every which way, shape, or form you can think of. They are there for him. They care that he's wanting to learn and focusing, and all the tools that they supply to the children there, that it's remarkable. And this school has been a godsend to my son. He's hopeful. He's looking forward to graduating, and he's interested in learning. I mean, he came from a school with F and Ds, and it's now getting Bs and Cs. So thank you, Pivot, for all you do for my son and everybody's children. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Turner, followed by Jana Gaskell, followed by Sarah Torma.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Turner. I am here tonight to speak in support of Pivot Charter North Bay. I am a mom to 3 medically complex children. Becoming a homeschool mom was not in my plan, but it became a reality out of necessity. My story is not unique. There are many like me. My oldest child entered traditional school in the 1st grade, and I quickly learned that his needs were not able to be met in that environment. My son is on the autism spectrum and is non-conversational and hyperlexic. Within the traditional public school system, he needed more support, and there was not that available to him. Due to lack of knowledge and resources, I decided to withdraw my son from traditional schooling, and I found Pivot. It was an amazing alternative, and I'm very grateful for it. At that school, they provided me the guidance I needed to embark on my journey as a homeschool mom, and I'm forever grateful for them. My son immediately thrived within the program. All 3 of my children have, in fact. At Pivot, we're able to adapt the curriculum and learning methods easily to best suit him. And as a homeschool mom, I have an amazing team with my education coordinator. She has been with my son for 6.5 years. She is the reason he is succeeding. I don't have to adjust his curriculum for him. She knows him. She is able to work with him and understand him in ways that it's so invaluable. Pivot is able to serve an underserved community here in Santa Rosa, and please keep them here. There are so many students that need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Jana Gaskell, followed by Sarah Torma, followed by Amber Herman.
Sorry. Jana Gaskell, you already heard enough from me. These people are the ones that matter, so I will turn it back over to them.
Thank you. Sarah Torma, followed by Amber Herman, followed by John Halderman.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Torma. I'm a site administrator and educational coordinator at Pivot North Bay. I'm here to read a letter from a parent who could not make it tonight. To whom it may concern, my daughter has been attending Pivot Charter School since 8th grade, and it has truly been a blessing for our family. She's been able to build her self-confidence and accelerate in her academic progress. The teachers at Pivot are incredibly supportive, providing consistent communication and holding monthly family meetings to assess student goals and progress. Before enrolling at Pivot, our daughter struggled socially and lacked the support she needed in traditional schools. Pivot Charter School has been a game changer for her. Her grades are excellent and she is thriving. She's especially excited about all the upcoming fun field trips, including one for her art history class. Having an educational coordinator, EC, is another outstanding aspect of Pivot. ECs help students stay on track and take ownership of their education. Rather than being punished for falling behind, students are encouraged to catch up through goal setting and access to readily available resources. I strongly encourage Pivot Charter School to continue its current approach. It provides students with a second chance to become confident, well-rounded, and enthusiastic learners. Thank you, the Moffitt family.
Thank you. Amber Herman, followed by John Halderman, followed by Daniel J. Molly II.
Hello, my name is Amber Herman, and I have worked at Pivot Charter School for 5 years. I began my journey as a paraprofessional at Pivot while enrolled at the SRJC. Throughout my time at Pivot, I have graduated from SSU and completed my teaching credential. I left Pivot to student teach in 2024 and found myself back at Pivot due to the unique format and support offered to students. I am now an educational coordinator. I have seen students find their place, their people, their motivation for education within and outside the walls at Pivot, and encourage the board to renew our charter license. Pivot is a special place for all students from many walks of life. No matter the student, the foster placement, the graduation goal, the accommodations, the incarceration rate, the mental health standpoint, or the personal challenges each student faces, I have seen each and every one of them find a home here at Pivot Charter. This school exists as a safe haven for students of all walks of life and remains a vital institution in our community and in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. John Halderman, followed by Daniel J. Molly II, followed by Edleo Tello.
Hello, my name is John Halderman. I'm a site administrator and EC at Pivot Charter School. It's been my pleasure to work at Pivot Charter School for the last 12 years. Throughout these years, I've worked with many dedicated educators and formed meaningful relationships, both on a personal and professional level. More importantly, I've had the pleasure of educating, supporting, and getting to know students in a variety of ways. The great thing about Pivot is that we have such a diverse, dynamic student population that come from a variety of backgrounds. This unique blended learning environment we offer really helps reach these students that need something different in their education. Relationship building with our students is a foundation of our philosophy and guides our development. We, as Pivot staff members, all strive to be positive role models for our students that they can trust and believe in. We see every school day as an opportunity to reach students, and we hope to inspire and motivate them to achieve their goals. All schools, whether public, private, or charter, serve a greater good, educating future generations. In the spirit of collaboration and working to serve the Santa Rosa communities, I, along with many people in this room, strongly urge you to vote yes for our petition in your school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel J. Molly II, followed by Edleo Tello, followed by Giovanna Franco. Daniel?
Excuse me, I'm very tall. I have to adjust this pretty high. Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Daniel J. Malley. Most of you know me as DJ. I've been in the security industry for about 8 to 9 years now. In those years, I've actually had the privilege of working with many schools in the Santa Rosa School District. During that time, I've actually got to meet wonderful staff members, wonderful students who are a credit to the school district and what it entails. Now, I tell you that because I'd like you to know that when I say that I have never met people who work harder for their students or have dedicated more to their student safety and education than those who work at Pivot, I want you to understand my full meaning. I could go on with talking about the staff, and rightfully so, but what really impressed me working with Pivot is seeing the students. I've seen students who came to Pivot that were bullies, who were bullied, who suffered from many different social stigmas that probably couldn't hack it in a public school today. And within a year, I've seen most of those students become friendlier, more assertive, more open, accumulate friends, and many of them are fast-tracking their way to becoming solid A students. Many of them are in this room right now. I won't pick names or point them out because I got to see them in the morning. I'll never hear the end of it. I know I'm not officially a staff member at Pivot, but working there over the past year has
Thank you
both-
for your comments. That's your time. Thank you. Edloe Teo, followed by Giovanna Franco, followed by Evelyn Benuelos Marquez.
Hello, my name is Edloy Tello. I come before you, tell you a little bit about Pivot and my time there. When I first came to Pivot, there wasn't many options for me to finish high school. It was one of my only options to get a diploma. Ever since I came to Pivot, I felt like a family, like there's a strong connection between the staff members, between the students, and the common goal of getting the students graduated. And ever since Pivot started a special program for seniors and fast tracking them to graduation, I've found a spike of productivity myself. And I think it's because of the extra time I have with staff members. And for the past 3 years, Pivot didn't just give me an education. It gave me a home, and it gave me the future and foundation I confidently stand before you guys. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Giovanna Franco, followed by Evelyn Benuelos Marquez, followed by Percy Paguelan. I apologize.
Hi, my name is Giovanna Franco, and I'm here as a mom. I'm deeply grateful for Pivot Charter and everything it's given my son Landon. He's 11 years old, and Pivot Charter isn't just where he learns, but it's where he feels safe, accepted, and understood. And before we found Pivot, Landon struggled with severe school avoidance, being neurodivergent. I didn't think we were going to find a place where we ever belonged. However, for the first time, my son is getting what he really needs when we started Pivot. He's getting weekly counseling, one-on-one tutoring, several hours a week, daily support in a classroom, one-on-one with the teachers, sometimes the entire 3 hours that he's there. A real IEP that's really followed. And teachers like Sarah Torma, who call me several times in the morning every week to make sure we're doing okay. How's Landon? They go above and beyond every single day. They really care. I've never seen a school like this. I've lived here my whole life. And now something I never thought I'd hear my son say, he tells me he loves going to school and wants to do well in school. He's smiling when I pick him up. He has confidence. He's proud of himself. It's a result of the support, the connection, and the teachers who never gave up on him. So we ask, please keep Pivot open because it's helping our kids thrive, as you can see, and successful kids will mean a successful community.
Thank you. Evelyn Benuelos Marquez, followed by Percy Paguelan, followed by Patricia Martell.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Banuelos
Marquez. When I first started at Pivot, I was looking for a different kind of school, a school where I felt understood in. Pivot has helped me stay on task and improve my grades because I get the support I need in my classes. Pivot is a great school because it has a smaller environment. Everyone is friendly and you get more one-on-one support. Some classes I'm interested in joining in Pivot are the music and writing class because I love listening to music and I enjoy writing. Some things I like about Pivot are that the staff and students are friendly and that they have many fun school clubs. I also like that we go on field trips. I think you should vote yes to Pivot Charter because it can help students who are like me and need extra support in classes and like studying in smaller environments.
Thank you. Percy Paquayan, followed by Patricia Martell, followed by Raven Marshall.
Hello, my name is Percy Pagulayan, and I am a student at Pivot Charter School. When I first came to Pivot in my sophomore year, I was looking for a school that better suited my needs and way of learning. And Pivot absolutely delivered. They have a blended learning model, meaning I would spend part of my day on site and partially at home. This helped to build independence, self-discipline, and responsibility. A majority of work is done on personal Chromebooks, keeping things concise and organized without having to open and flip through textbooks. If I do need help, I can easily ask for help from any of the staff in the room. Because of the smaller student population, there are more teachers available, making teaching more accessible and focused on the student. Additionally, Pivot presents students with a unique high school experience with field trips, community service, and interactive learning opportunities. I, among other Pivot students, have gone to Duran Beach to collect trash and even got a look at the inner workings of our local radio station. For us in plant and soil science, we worked in planting and harvesting garden beds and a hydroponic tower. With all Pivot has given its students and more, I absolutely believe that having a variety of schools within your district would benefit the education and lives of your students. It's important to acknowledge that student populations are diverse, including in how they learn. By welcoming Pivot into your district, it opens up more options for students like me who thrive in this kind of school environment. I sincerely hope you vote in favor of Pivot Charter School.
Thank you. Patricia Martell, Raven Marshall. Patricia Martell and then Raven Marshall, then we'll move to online comments.
Good evening, President McNally and honorable board members. My name is Patricia Martell. I serve as the Vice President of the Pivot Charter School Governing Board. I'm here tonight on behalf of my board colleagues to support the Pivot Charter School North Bay renewal. My board colleagues, the leadership team, and the staff at Pivot Charter School North Bay deeply value the opportunity to build a strong partnership with the Santa Rosa City Schools, just as we have with other districts and county authorities in Butte, Riverside, and San Diego counties. Collaboration and transparency are central to our approach at Pivot, and we welcome the opportunity to demonstrate that to you moving forward. Our governing board is composed of experienced professionals and dedicated public agency executives. Those include education experts, retired superintendents, city managers, entrepreneurs, business leaders, public finance specialists, and all of those who can support effectively the oversight of Pivot Charter School. The school holds accountable our staff at all levels, and we are there to ensure that the mission to transform our students' experiences is fulfilled. We welcome the opportunity to work with Santa Rosa City Schools going forward to ensure that our students receive the best
Thank you for your
education possible.
comments. We'll move to Raven Marshall. That's the last card I have. So then after Raven, we'll go to online comments.
Hi, I'm Raven Marshall. I'm an education specialist at Pivot. I was just really inspired to speak after I saw 4 of my families here and they wanted to speak. And I said, oh, we need representation, further representation. I'm also a parent of a student at Pivot as well for the last 2 years. I've had one, my youngest goes here. And I just want to say that I feel I've been teaching for 20 years, general ed and special ed, and I feel like my work at Pivot has really been a lifeline for so many students. And as we heard earlier about medical issues, we do have so many more students that I never had at a traditional school that had medical issues that came. They are present. They are logging in every day. They are messaging me daily. You know, we have students that, you know, were bullied and have major anxiety. I just literally met one of my students I've had for 2 years today because he always had his screen off and I was fine with that. And he was excited. He's like, I'm going to see you today. And I was like, awesome. That's so great. And just knowing that I inspire them, like they tell me, I tested a new 11th grader who hasn't been in school in 2 years last week. And the dad said he worked all day. He had to come and go test with you. And he's an 11th grader who was basically at a third grade math, first grade leading level. After a hard day of work, he came to me to get tested. His dad had a message me and said, he came out from testing with you happy. He was smiling and he was in such a good mood after spending an hour doing academic testing with you. And that's just an amazing thing. This kid hasn't gone to school for 2 years.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Yeah.
comments. Leah. That's all the public comment cards I have. This is a public hearing, and we're going to move to online comments.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on during the public hearing for Pivot Charter. Please raise your hand. Vice President Caston, there are no hands raised.
I will close the public hearing. So I want to thank you all for your comments. We are now going to bring this to the board. We are going to entertain comments, questions from the board, specifically for requests for information for anything that we've heard in the hearing that we'd like to see when this item comes back, recognizing that all of this is a part of what staff will be taking into consideration. So are there any questions or comments from members of the board? I'll start with student board member. No? Trustee Prack.
Just like to thank everybody who came out to advocate for their school, especially the students. That's really important to me. So thank you for talking.
Any other questions or comments? All right. I also want to just say thank you for coming and sharing your stories. I myself did independent study for many years. Back then it was payphones and manila envelopes. But I appreciate hearing about the impact of the alternative model and having access to that. With that, we'll go ahead and move to the next item. I am going to take a 5-minute break here to give Trustee Kirby, and then I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
Sorry, I was trying to get your attention. Just for the, I guess, request for information for the staff when they bring this forward. Obviously, we need the fiscal portion of that to be presented as to how it's going to, the cost to the district, how, you know, the independent charter will affects our fiscal situation. Just
I believe staff will be bringing back a full report within the confines of what we are considering, which will be limited based on state law.
got it. Okay, thanks.
Any other requests for information? I see none. Thank you all again for attending. We'll take a 5-minute break to give folks an opportunity to exit before we continue our business. All right, it is 8:14 p.m. I'm going to bring us back into session. We are now going to move to, let me see where we are. Item G6. Which is the approval of contract with Leadership and Associates. This is myself and President McNally presenting, and we will invite up our representatives from SCO.
Thank you, Trustee Caston.
All right, we're bringing the presentation up. One moment. All righty, please go ahead and introduce yourself into the record and then let us know as we advance the slides.
My name is Greg Medici. I'm the Deputy Superintendent of Administrative Services at Sonoma County Office of Education here on behalf of Dr. Amy Carter, County Superintendent. If Melanie, maybe if you can advance the slides or.
Superintendent August is advancing the slides.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect, perfect. Blanca Cavazos is here as well from Leadership Associates, but we've been working with board representatives, the ad hoc committee previously, as well as Superintendent August related to a potential relationship. So the information is certainly here and attached and directly to the SRCS board. The presentation is also attached, so maybe just advancing through it, and if the board has any specific questions, happy to address them.
Perfect, thank you. I appreciate the brevity. We have had an opportunity to review the items. As a recollection for all, one of the supports that SCO offered to us was to help fund a superintendent search as we went through this transition. President McNally and I, at the request of the board, are bringing this item forward with the support of SCO for consideration of the board. Are there questions before we move to public comment, either from SCO or from Leadership and Associates? Yeah, Trustee Kirby?
Oh, our questions to them is what you're.
Questions to them.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to follow up. I'm sorry I wasn't on the ad hoc committee, so apologies if these questions seem strange. But anyway, was there an RFP conducted? How did you come about choosing Leadership Associates? I guess, did you guys send an RFP out? Because I know that the School Board Association, they list some other firms as their, well, specifically like McPherson and Jacobson as their chosen search firm. How did you come about selecting Leadership Associates?
Similar to a law firm or an accounting relationship or an architect, search services at this level are considered professional services. So an RFP or an RFQ is not required. That said, Leadership Associates is basically the top firm in the state of California. In the last decade, they've placed over, I believe, almost 250 successful superintendent searches across all 1,000+ school districts up and down the state. So we're always interested in partnering with best practice or making recommendations to partner with best practice entities and professionals. And so again, the information is in front of the board for your decision, but that is the primary mechanism that in SCO's and the ad hoc committee's kind of discussion around superintendent search. This is the #1 firm in California.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, we do appreciate the offer to cover this expense for us. We definitely appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I had.
Further questions, Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I was looking at the proposed timeline and I'm wondering, in the past, one thing that's been done is after kind of finalists are selected, we've had like input from community partners and stuff. Is that something that could be added to provide input and help us, get input from folks and stakeholders?
If the board chooses to move forward with this proposal, I'm positive that the Leadership Associates team can integrate whatever feedback you would like to see as part of the process.
Let me jump off of Trustee Medina's question and ask the representative from Leadership Associates to come down and just give a brief description of the process for us, please. If that's okay with you, Trustee Medina.
Thank you. Good evening. And I'm Blanca Cavazos, and actually my partner, Eric Andrews, Dr. Eric Andrew has been watching online. And so if we can just look at this slide and go through that quickly. The first part is it starts and ends with you. We start the search by meeting with you, and we would like to set up that meeting soon. So that we can ask you, what is it that you are looking for in a superintendent? We get that information from you. We ask you also what you feel the strengths are of the district and the challenges are of the district. And then we meet in that second phase with your education partners, and you identify who those partners are. And then we meet with them and we ask them the same three questions that we ask of you. What is it that you're looking for in a superintendent? What do you think are the district's strengths? And what are the district's challenges? Once we get that information, we summarize it. There's also an online survey that is available 24/7, and it's available in a variety of different languages so that your community can fully participate. We meet with your community either in person or online, depending on your direction. Once we gather all of that information, both the online data and also your the data that we collect from those meetings, those sessions, we put together a report and we draft a position description based on what we've heard. That position description goes back to you and you edit, add, delete as you wish. And that is the position description that we post online and advertise. Once we know what the qualities, characteristics, experiences, skills are that this community is looking for in that person, then we start both recruiting and looking for those candidates. We talk to every single candidate that applies for the position. We do a thorough reference and credential check of those individuals, and then we meet with you, the board, and we review those applications with you. You have an opportunity to see every single application, the complete application, and to ask us questions of what we've learned of those candidates during those background checks, if you will. And then we also use the information that we've gathered from your education partners that we've met with and your information to draft interview questions. And again, just like the position description, you review those, you change those, adapt those, and you select who it is that you wish to interview. We schedule that. We use those interview questions as part of that process. Once you select a finalist, you determine whether you want to conduct a validation visit where you either visit or communicate with members of their community, whether it's their school board or administrators or teachers, staff members. You determine what that would look like, and we help facilitate that. And then we help you with the negotiation of the contract. We also will provide you at your request salary comparisons for other similar sized districts in this general area to help you determine what that salary range should be. And then you appoint that person at a regular board meeting. And actually, you're coming to this at an excellent time because the hiring and recruitment season really starts in January, and this would allow us to do all of that background work as far as gathering all that data, meeting with your education partners, et cetera, before that, and then really posting the position and recruiting and being able to, if you look at the timeline, being able to appoint that person at one of your board meetings in March.
Thank you. Any further question? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I think, so again, going back to this timeline, this is November 10th for a special meeting. Are we?
When we are suggesting that date, and at that time, then we would ask you those three questions, but we would also go through the timeline. This is a draft. This is a suggested timeline for you, and then we would set the official dates at that time.
I'll just add for me, the November 10th doesn't work. I'm already committed to SRJC President Garcia for an event that day.
So again, this is a suggested timeline, so we would work with you to set that first date, and then during that first date, we would go through the timeline and fix or set those dates.
The timeline is not a proposed part of the action tonight. We would
Correct.
use our normal scheduling process for anything related to that. Any further questions? Trustee Prack?
I assume this is the route that, or the direction the board wants to go in because this wasn't used for the previous superintendent.
We will not know the route the board wants to go in until we take
Well,
action.
I mean, but this is being brought to us because of this wasn't the,
One of the supports that SCO offered us at the time that we transitioned from our previous superintendent was to pay for and support the superintendent search. So this is a item that is being brought forward by them and will be funded by them.
from
but-
SCO?
From SCO, but
Okay.
we will be the ones that engage in the agreement, and we'll be the ones that drive the decision-making related to it.
Okay.
And just to add to that, I think when we hired Anna Turnell, we did use Leadership Associates. And when she left, the next hiring was done internally per her recommendation, feeling that we had the capacity to do that. So this time it's now going back to Leadership Associates.
Okay, thank you for that historical knowledge.
Any other questions? Seeing no questions, I have no cards. Let's move to online public comment.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item G6. Please raise your hand. There are no hands raised.
Seeing no public comment, we'll move back to discussion or motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee De La Torre. Any further discussion? Trustee Jenkins?
I have been listening to this online. Am I allowed to vote or do I need to abstain since I wasn't present for the presentation? The matter?
You said that you watched the presentation?
I was listening to it.
It would be within your judgment.
Thank you.
Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Prack,
Aye.
President McNally,
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. Thank you both for your presentation and time, and please pass our thanks on to Dr. Carter as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look forward to working with you.
All righty. That was G6. This time we'll move to G7. This is a second read and consideration of Board Policy 51319, Board Policy 6154, Board Policy 6162.5, all of which were previously on our first reading calendar. And we have Dr. Roderick Castro presenting.
Yes, thank you, President McNally, Superintendent August, members of the board, student staff, and community of Santa Rosa City Schools. We're asking that the board pass and adopt the board policies 5131.9, board policy 6154, and board policy 6162.5 as presented at the October 8th meeting.
Questions before we move to public comment? I'm going to go ahead and move to public comment. I do not have any cards on this item. Let's go to online public comment.
There's members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E7. Please raise your hand. There are no hands raised.
I'll bring it back to the board for discussion.
Move to approve.
Second.
BP, yeah.
Motion to approve from trustee Medina, second from trustee De La Torre. Discussion, trustee Jenkins.
Yeah, just a request, and I understand that this is not how we necessarily do things, but with the policies, it would be nice, especially for the second read and approval, if we have the clean version attached as well. Because we mostly just have the red lines, which I appreciate, but for the second read and approval, it would be nice to have the clean versions.
Is that it?
Just kidding. It wasn't there yesterday. It's probably there, then disregard.
Any further discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Prack,
Aye.
President McNally,
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. We'll move to item G8, second read and consideration of updated Board Policy 5116.1 and Board Policy 5117. These had their first reading on September 24th. And Superintendent August, I'm feeling you wanting to turn your mic on, so I'll go to you first.
I just have a question about, actually about the request, if I can ask for clarification, because there was a previous meeting when formatting was agreed to that we would only bring one set because there was confusion between the numerous attachments. So I'm just looking for clarification to make sure that we are moving forward in the way that the board is asking. That's why we went to only uploading Redline.
Yeah, definitely. It's specifically with the second read, since we have the new procedure of doing the first read discussion and then second read for the motion, just to see it super clear. If that's, I mean, that would be my preference. It's up to the board, of course.
I think that I still like the red line just because it's not always the case that the second read is going to be the exact same thing that we had in the first read. And then it's really about being able to see the changes. So my preference would be, if we're only going to have one, to have the red line to be able to see those changes. Because again, first read and second read aren't always the same. And there could be changes in that second read from whatever the discussion was on the first read.
I'm hearing the request from Trustee Jenkins to have both the red line and the clean available at the second reading. Let's take that back as a suggestion. We'll talk about how to implement that. Right now, I want to move to the content, so we'll go to Director Desideri.
Thank you. We bring tonight a second read and consideration of updated board policies 5116, intra-district open enrollment transfers, and board policy 5117, inter-district transfers. While there are some minor linguistic changes in these board policies, they are relatively consistent from what they were before. This allows us to continue our current practices with transfers.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions from members of the board? All right, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. I have no Trustee De La Torre.
So this is going to come up a lot with our boundary discussions, and I just want clarification about an anchoring sibling, because it's come up a few times where that anchoring sibling graduates this year, and that will lose priority for the incoming student that would like to start the following year. Have we cleaned that up at all, or is that going to be a case-by-case review on the request or the appeal from the family? Because it is a serious issue, and it's something that's going to come up more as we discuss all these different boundary situations.
Absolutely. It's important to recognize that that level of granularity in our process doesn't live in the board policy. That lives in the administrative regulations. And we want to ensure that we are considering all of your decisions that may come into play as we clean up our administrative regulations. But that doesn't live in these board policies. That is absolutely something that we are examining.
Trustee Jenkins?
With the second one, 5117, I noticed there was an option 1, but there's not an option 2.
Yes, when we look at board policy around inter-district transfers, there are a couple of options depending on how the board plans to participate in inter-districts. Our board participates in a multi-district agreement. You actually just signed the 5-year renewal with Sonoma County. Option number 2 is rather than participating in multi-district agreements, it is participation in a program that's outlined under the California Department of Education, which is called a District of Choice. That is not a program that Santa Rosa City Schools participates in. Therefore, we did not put it as part of 5117.
Any further questions? All right, we're going to move to public comment. I have no cards. We do have the opportunity for online public comment. We'll move to that.
Would like to comment on item G8, please raise your hand at this time. There are no hands raised.
All right, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for a motion or discussion.
Move to approve as presented.
Moved by trustee Medina. Seconded by trustee Prack. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to roll call vote, please.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee Prack,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
President McNally,
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. That motion is approved unanimously. We'll now move to item G9, Resolution 2025-26-42, authorizing the formation of a 7-Eleven Advisory Committee for Surplus Property. And we have the director, coming back down. We have none of the people listed on my item, so I'll let you introduce yourself when you come down. And I will say that this is a recommendation coming from the Board Finance Committee, so a motion and second will not be necessary when we move to that item. We're pulling the presentation up.
So do you just want me to read through the cover?
I'll give it to Superintendent August first, and then she can. Go ahead and introduce yourselves. Thank you. Go ahead and just introductions right now while we're handling the technical side.
Beth Gottfried, Facilities Project Manager.
Thank you.
And Brian Cameron, Program Manager.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move into the presentation. If you could just give us the introduction for the item. Thank you.
So as a result of the closures of the several school sites in the 24-25 school year due to declining enrollment and shifting demographic patterns, the district now holds property that is no longer needed for active educational purposes. California Education Code requires that before a Board of Education may declare a property surplus and determine its disposition, it must first establish a community-based advisory committee, the 7-Eleven Committee. The name derives from the requirement that the committee consist of no fewer than 7 and no more than 11 members who represent a broad cross-section of the community. The establishment of the 7-Eleven Committee will ensure that the district proceeds in a transparent, community-informed, and legally compliant manner as it evaluates the best use of the closed school properties. So phase 1 of this process is the committee formation. Their key activities would be the board resolution. Board adopts a resolution to form a 7-Eleven committee and defines purpose, scope, and membership composition. Activity 2 is the appointment of members. Staff will recruit applicants. The board will appoint members, 7 to 11 members total, representing community groups. A staff liaison and legal counsel are assigned.
Perfect, thank you. And I'm going to actually hold you right there because that's the phase we're currently in. Superintendent August, if you'd like to provide us more context.
Yes, we've worked with our experts to make sure that we present a resolution to the board to form the 7-Eleven committee. Our timeline is attached. They're looking to finalize the work of the committee, making a recommendation to the board in June. So we will be working on putting out an application and recruitment process. As you can see, the timeline there that Kathy had mentioned, and our next steps would be advertising that. And then after, assuming the board passes the resolution tonight, we are recommending that action. And then we would come to the board in December with appointment.
The board, I know we've had a chance to review the 4 phases on here. I do want to note that the timelines are estimates because if we add properties, we do have the discretion to keep the same 7-Eleven committee, so the timeline could go longer. Questions, Trustee De La Torre?
So I see here it says properties no longer needed, and I'm just curious if we've had enough time with such an uncertain future that we can confidently make that statement that we no longer need these properties for our educational purposes, because we really don't know what's happening in the future yet. And for us to say these are absolutely not needed, it's a little concerning. And
That's actually part of the process, is for the committee to make a recommendation. The board ultimately has choice over that. It is advisory only, and that can change. What it can do is take a look at, would the committee recommend leasing to generate revenues, or would the committee recommend selling, or would the committee recommend actually keeping the property? And then it's ultimately up to the board to make that decision.
okay. Also with committees, one of my main concern is we have such limited resources as is, and I really want our limited resources to focus at the task at hand to ensure we become fiscally solvent and remain with local control. Do we feel this is going to stretch our limited resources in a direction where you would like to go?
The timeline is set over several months for that reason, so that we don't have it compressed into only a couple of months and having to be super responsive to this. However, also there are outcomes from this committee that could assist with that, with the ongoing structural deficit, as well as, short-term impacts to other facility funds to make improvements on other sites if that's where it should go. We believe that the staff can accommodate this with the help of our consultants.
And can we also please educate the public on the funding model with what a sale of one of these properties would be? Where does that money go and what is allowed to be used for? Because that's good information for the community to understand why we're attempting to have these conversations.
If the properties are sold, then it goes back into facilities. So that's all that it can be used for, because they're typically purchased with facilities monies. If they are rented, if they're leased, then that can actually be put in, that can actually be that goes through the general fund.
It's really important for the community to hear that, because some people assume, well, if I sell a property, I can save a bunch of teacher jobs, and that's not the case. So I just want to make sure it's very clear what we are attempting to gather information on and be able to make decisions on for the betterment of our district.
Other questions, Trustee Kirby?
Is it our intention or plan to include any of the board members in advisory or anything to this committee?
The committee is advisory to the board, so typically no. These are Brown Act committees.
Different than an ad hoc?
Yes.
So these committees would be noticed, they'd be online, they'd be public. Who is appointed to them is defined by state law. Trustee Medina?
I'm just curious in terms of, I see that potentially other sites could be added, is that correct? I'm just curious, maybe why didn't we choose to add Slater already on this? Was there, I mean, I get Doyle Park, I get Leela, but
As we are shifting, yes, there's still some discussions around some potential sites. These are sites that we feel are, that we have more certainty around than some of the others, depending on discussions that could happen around. We've had a lot of conversations about locations for schools, for alternative programs, for other district needs potentially. Those are all, that's the only reason that they're not included on here yet. After we get a little bit further down, we would expect to add additional properties to these.
And from a staffing perspective, will there be a specific staff member assigned to kind of facilitate and or assist this committee?
There will be, and that will come forward when we come to the board to appoint the committee members. We will share what the staffing plan is for support for that committee.
And the other, like I heard mention of like a timeline, but I didn't see specific times. Did I miss that?
The timeline is on in the board item on the table. It's not in the attachment, in the actual item. If you look at the right-hand side, there's estimated dates. Estimated, not a part of our action. That is something that will come back to us. We're not requiring them to be held to these dates.
I think, I don't know if this can be incorporated, but as part of the process, also considering what we do, maybe in conjunction with this, with the Fur Ridge property monies. I don't know if that could be a part of the process or in terms of the options that are advised to the district. So I just wanted to highlight that.
The only thing that really could be, if we think of it in that perspective, it would be if the recommendation would be from the committee that there be other district use such as employee housing and the Fur Ridge funding, because those are restricted to be used for employee housing. That could be something from included in that type of a recommendation.
So the funds associated with Fur Ridge and that is probably a little outside of the scope of this item. Could we get a full update on that for the board weekly for all the board members so that they know what we're talking about? Trustee Medina, any further questions? All right, other trustees, questions? We still have public comment and discussion, so. All right. I will just say from the Finance Committee, the recommendation came forward with these three properties because of the nature of certainty that we wanted to start the process to receive advice on what we should or could do with them. But the intent was very much to enable this committee to be up and running as the decisions we're making are made so that the committee is able to receive new properties. With that context, we'll go to public comment. I do not have any cards. Let's go to online public comment.
Members of the public joining us on Zoom would like to comment on item G9. Please raise your hand. There are no hands raised.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. There's no need for a motion and a second as it is a committee recommendation. Any discussion?
Move to approve.
Seeing no discussion, roll call vote, please.
Who made the motion? Thank you.
Omar called, it's a committee recommendation, so Finance Committee motion.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Prack,
Aye.
President McNally,
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. Thank you. We'll now move to item G10. Superintendent August. Presenting, this is our action item for secondary boundary discussion.
Thank you. I will actually hand it over to Dr. Bardelli, and we have Executive Director Stacy Desideri to assist if needed as we go through the presentation. I will share the screen, and so just tell me when to move on, Emmanuel.
We can go. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's great to be back. Today, we present to you a proposal for the secondary attendance boundaries. But before we go to the proposal, I would like to walk you through a little bit of the history and how we got to tonight's proposals. So from 1996-ish, when Maria Carrillo and Elsie Allen High School opened, to last school year, 24-25, these were our attendance boundaries. 5 comprehensive high schools. The middle schools followed different attendance boundaries following the closure of Cook Middle School in 2021, 2022. So right now, we are just looking at the high school boundary. Last school year, we started a 2-year process to go from 5 comprehensive high schools to 4. Part of that process was to start working towards these 4 high school model by starting to do this gradually over 2 school years. These are our current attendance boundaries, and the historical ones are presented on the red line. And you can see that we made 4 major changes to those historical boundaries in preparation to the 4 comprehensive high school model. The first 2 impacted the MarkWest attendance, where the area that attended Maria Carrillo, here highlighted as 1, was assigned to Pioneer High School. The area that attended Santa Rosa High in 2, assigned to Pioneer High School. The area highlighted in 3 was moved from Elsie Allen High School to Montgomery. This is the Taylor Mountain part of Bellevue Elementary School District. And then there is there in 4 was an area that used to attend Biella within our elementary school boundaries was moved from Elsie Allen to Santa Rosa High. So these changes were all made in preparation to the implementation of the 4 high school model next school year. Now that is no longer the plan. So now we have the opportunity to rethink our attendance boundaries and rework them out. So what I bring forward to you tonight for consideration and potential action is what I call a return to 2024, a return-ish to 2024 attendance boundaries. And I say ish because it's not a full return to 2024. So and I say that because if you remember, the 2024 boundaries were actually implemented in 1996. The city has changed a lot since then, with development both on the east and the west side of town. There are new traffic patterns. And something to consider for you tonight is busing. I know that last school year when we discussed these 4 high school model, we talked about busing a lot. And here I have included the costs for busing from 2024 to 2025. So the old attendance boundaries cost us about $2.3 million to bus students. This year, we expect our busing costs for secondary only to be $2.8 million. As you notice, it's about an increase from that, but let's say that our cost for this school year is our baseline. If we return to a 2024 attendance boundary with some changes that we're going to discuss in a second, we can expect a reduction in busing costs because we would undo the increases that we put in place this year with these changes. I try to, do my best projections. If we take the 2024 cost, we adjust them for inflation, we are looking at a savings of about $500,000 with proposal A and B, and about $370,000 for proposal C. And we are going to see why there is a difference in cost in a second.
Just to clarify on the proposal A-B savings, that's A or B?
Yes, it's A or B, and we are going to take a look at why they cost the same in a sec. So to, again, the transportation implication is that we have about this $500,000 budget reduction. Again, take this with a grain of salt. It's a projection because there is a lot of things that go into our busing costs. The first thing is that it depends on ridership requests. So usually families are given the opportunity to request a bus ride. If they live within the busable area, we will provide busing. And so that changes year to year depending on our family, how they plan to get to school. And also it depends on the cost that our JPA, our West County Transportation, incurs. They always talk about the ratio, meaning that we get charged for all their operating costs depending on how much we use their services, right? Also keep in mind that a new bus line costs about $100,000. So when we add or remove, regardless of ridership, we incur in a fixed cost. And on top of that, also remember that the state reimburses us of about 60% of all our busing costs. That is a year delay. So we'll need to pay for all the busing costs right now, and then the state will reimburse us the following fiscal year for up to 60% of those costs, right? So there is a lot going on in this busing conversation, but that is kind of like the cost that we identify right now to reduce this. So now, what are these three proposals for you tonight? A is the baseline proposal. B and C can be add-ons to this A proposal, right? So they are not mutually exclusive. The way that I see this is A as the baseline, and then we can add on B and C as needed. So secondary proposal 1022A takes the 2024 attendance boundaries that we reviewed. So what we had last school year and for the past 30 years, and makes two changes to this. The first two are at the MarkWest area, and the third one is on the West College area. So following the discussion that we had last week or 2 weeks ago during our study session, there were some concerns about the MarkWest area and what would be the best school for them to go. So these proposals has two things here, is to assign all the MarkWest area to the west of Highway 101, here highlighted in .1, to Pioneer. This fixes an issue that we were having with an unincorporated area of Santa Rosa that's been developed there on the west side of town in the Coffee Park area that is part of MarkWest, but is about a mile away from Pioneer. And the students, since '96, were assigned to attend Maria Carrillo. So potentially the students could walk to Pioneer, but we are busing them across town over the hill to Maria Carrillo.
What area was that specifically, Dr. Bardelli?
It's a new development of Coffee Park. They have French name streets, like Bordeaux Street, that kind of stuff. I don't know like the name of the development itself, but I can look it up in a sec here.
Thank you.
So that is on this side of town. Number two is resolve an issue with the attendance area of that little sliver of MarkWest Vicky Up that attended Maria Carrillo. Since the north side of the neighborhood is assigned to Santa Rosa, goes back to Santa Rosa High under this proposal A, this proposal A proposes to then assign the whole Vicky Up MarkWest area to Santa Rosa High, with the idea that there is an interchange right there on Airport. It's easy to get on the freeway. It's about a 5-minute, 10-minute ride down 101 and then to Santa Rosa High. This will assign the two development that I believe are called Lincoln Heights and Larkfield Manors to Santa Rosa High. And then finally, the third change is to assign the whole West College neighborhood north of Highway 12 and south of West College from Elsie Allen to Santa Rosa High, again, to better align with the traffic patterns. It's really difficult to come down right now south along Stony Point than it is to move east over West College. And so that is really like to accommodate that, or to take 12 and then, hop up again. So this is proposal A. Here, there are the details. I don't want to go over them right now, but these were like just for you to see like what was going on. Now, on top of this, we have two proposals that could be added on to Proposal A. So this is called Proposal B. This proposal moves a neighborhood alongside Brush Creek from pretty much Brush Creek Road all the way to the city limit. This neighborhood historically has attended Maria Carrillo. This Proposal B moves it to Montgomery High School. As you can see here, that will impact about 150 students currently assigned to Maria Carrillo, and they will move to Montgomery. Proposal C is pretty much undoing all the changes to the Marquest area to the east of Highway 101. So basically, this one assigns the Lincoln Manors and Lincoln Heights and Larkfield Manors neighborhoods. So the Lincoln Heights is that, I don't know, there is Marquest River Road there. There is the little chunk that gets cut off in yellow. That is the one that is Lincoln Heights, and then to the south of there is the Larkfield Manors. This change will impact about 48 students, or like about 50 students altogether. The expectation is for this change is to cost about $100,000 more because we could take all these students together on one bus line to Santa Rosa High. If we, of course, add 2 attendance areas, now we have 2 bus lines that we need to go, right? One to Maria Carrillo and one to Santa Rosa High. That is really all I have. Here are some observations, but these are mostly for discussion, so I think we can open up for questions right now.
Superintendent August, do you have anything to add before we open up to questions?
Just a huge thank you to Emmanuel and Stacy for the yes, mainly Emmanuel, for all the extra layers and looking to really try to get to the detail of capturing the requests from the board for us to look at. So thank you for your patience while we got through the presentation.
Okay, so we do have public comment on this item, so let's stick with questions and we'll move to discussion after we hear from the public. I'm going to go Trustee Jenkins and then Trustee De La Torre.
I have a few questions. The one that like stands out the most to me is that the Carrillo area, if the plan is to move to 7 to 12 with Carrillo and their area doesn't actually get smaller by much, I'm wondering why that area didn't shrink at all. Not at all, but didn't shrink enough to really impact those numbers. That's my first question.
Let me actually start with Superintendent August on that, and then we'll go to.
So what this proposal does is actually creates a fairly even distribution of 7 through 12 students who are residents across all five comprehensive schools as 7 through 12 when you look at the number of resident students. So it actually balances between all of our schools as far as residents very closely in the 7 through 12 grade levels.
So just to quickly about that, this plan A has about 1,700 students assigned to residents. So students that live within the attendance boundary to each of these 5 high schools. There are 2 that stand out that are above this average. One is Montgomery that has about 1,780, and the second one is Pioneer that has about 2,000. And that is because of where students live and how the boundaries are drawn. It's really difficult to balance the middle of town between Pioneer and Santa Rosa High. So which, even moving 1 or 2 blocks, it will swing students for about 200-300 students, just because, as we've been talking about over the past 6 months, we have a lot of students that live in the corridor of the 101 to the west, right? So if you think about Condon Mall and coming down, right, towards, South Santa Rosa, most of our students live there, right? And so whichever school gets that little sliver of land will get a lot of students.
And something I think, and I'm sorry, I was trying to pull up this slide. I know we had it, hidden as far as for the, or we didn't share it in there, but knew it may come up as a question. With this, one of the conversations that we had is within those 300 students that end up kind of one way or the other, there's a pretty regular transfer that actually evens them out between the schools in that area. And so I think there's not necessarily a way for us to boundary to exact evenness, but with the combination of that and and some transfers, we do see that happening.
So I guess the follow-up question then is one, capacity. I'd like to see the capacity at the schools with the projects that are in place. But then also, if we're drawing them evenly, then where's the room for the specialized programs and the transfers in? Like with Santa Rosa being huge, don't we want people to go to ArtQuest? Like, I want people to be able to, have their neighborhood school, but then also be able to, if we're supposed to be marketing these special programs and we want the families to be engaged in the choice of the schools that they're going to an extent, like where's the wiggle room for that? And what are the capacities of the schools?
So there are a couple things with that. Yes, we want to make sure that we are encouraging as many students as possible to choose their neighborhood schools, in that unless there is something that is a specialized program that they are really passionate about that they cannot get at their local school. And typically there are usually two schools that offer similar when we are looking at specialized equipment. So when we think of culinary, or we think of automotive, or we think of, things of that nature between ArtQuest, yes, that is a draw. A lot of the ArtQuest students are from outside of district rather than inside district. And that's where we really are trying to also market a lot of our specialized programs that are the extras that aren't available everywhere, is also to draw students into the district. So we really do want to encourage people to attend their neighborhood schools for academics, CTE options, other than those specialized that may not be something that they're able to get at their local school.
Trustee De La Torre and then Trustee Medina.
Thank you, Dr. Bardelli, for this work. I don't remember approving a plan. I remember us having a discussion of a 712 at CREO, but it was to be with natural attrition of enrollment of being allowed. So I don't want to be, this is why we're having this discussion. So we're not forcing restriction to make something fit. We're trying to find homes for all of our students within our boundaries. I am curious about the Alta Vista neighborhood, specifically with comments of the new neighborhood in Coffee Park being so close to Pioneer within walking distance. Alta Vista kind of stretches out for me. If it's on the Flamingo side of Alta Vista, I understand that going to Montgomery. But if you're in the Montecito, Fountain Grove Parkway side of Alta Vista and Brush Creek, that's actually walking distance to CREO. And I don't see how we're sending those students to Montgomery. It just doesn't make sense.
That's correct. And if we can go to, I have a slide that shows the busability. So currently the south part, as you were saying, right, the southern part, the Flamingo part of Alta Vista is assigned to Carrillo and is outside the busable area to Carrillo, right? So the north side goes to, sorry, this is really small, but yes, that's good. So if you look at the Montgomery, it is the mostly red circle, right? Mostly the red circle. See how there is the yellow splotch there, right? That is the southern tip of the Alta Vista neighborhood. And as you were saying, they are very close to Montgomery, but currently they are assigned to Maria Carrillo.
Do we know specifically what streets those are? It's really hard to see here. And we're trying to make sense of these streets and neighborhoods.
Yes, give me a second. Now, if
Thank
you go to the next slide, you'll see that that proposal flips it. Now that is red, and now you see there is a little red splotch within the Maria Carrillo, right? And that is the busable area that now is outside of Maria Carrillo. Sorry, this assigns them to Montgomery, so it's outside of the Montgomery area. Actually, Montgomery can bus pretty much everything, or it's walkable by code, pretty much every single neighborhood, but the very top, that, like the, pretty much in my mind is the Fountain Grove side of Alta Vista, right? So it's, on top of the hill, like when you, by Sinead. I don't know if that makes any sense.
And I bring us to pause and consider that, because if you've been up in Montecito Heights, we're talking about basically 1-lane roads with no sidewalks. So
Yes.
just because Ed Code says it's within a mileage distance of walkable,
Mhm.
it doesn't mean it's safely walkable for our students to send students from that neighborhood to walk to either Montgomery or Carrillo.
Yeah.
So we currently have families that live within that neighborhood that have historically been used to going to Carrillo for their neighborhood since '96. And now we're telling those neighbors, we're going to change the boundaries so you go to Montgomery. And just so everybody knows, this gold looks very dominant and large. A lot of that area for the Carrillo footprint is open space.
Yes.
We're talking about Annandale, Mount Hood, Spring Lake, Lake Ralphine. A lot of that is open space. So those are not concentrated residential areas with students availability. Kenwood goes all the way up to Kenwood. So just to make that very clear, that it looks really big on a map, that doesn't mean it's full of students going to the smallest geographical high school.
That's
So
correct.
before we continue, I do want to hold the questions right now. We'll move to discussion on the various points after public comment. Any further questions, Director De La Torre?
Well, yeah, why are we sending a walkable student to Carrillo to Montgomery? That was my question.
This is just a proposal. It's, yeah.
Yeah, Superintendent August, you want to?
Yeah, and that's actually what the board will discuss and choose what to do. That's what we're here for, is to look at the presentations and get direction from the board. These are options that were developed based on the feedback that we've gotten from the board in what we believe is doable in the 3 different options.
Okay, further questions, Trustee Medina or Trustee De La Torre? And then Medina.
Not
and then
done
Kirby.
yet, sorry. So we're basing our busing costs on this year's maps. So do we have numbers on what the busing costs were for that original map, the 2024-ish map? Because we changed a lot of boundaries, which would change the busing routes. So whatever the estimated costs are for this year, don't really are apples to apples as far as what they were. So we want to make sure we have that info too.
Yeah,
We do, it's on the slide.
Yeah, the busing cost for 2024, 2025. So the last year of the old map was $2.3 million for secondary students only, right? So I took away elementary and special education busing, right? So that's not what we spend for busing. That is just for secondary, school to home to school and school to home busing, 2.3. This year, the projections based on the quote that we received from West County in May, after they processed all the requests, is 2.8. So this current year map.
The
Now-
current year that we changed boundaries for last
Exactly.
year.
So they cost about $500,000 more. We discussed about that when last school year, when we were talking about there will be an increase in busing costs. Now for A and B and C here, the projections I did was to take the all costs from 24, add about 4% as an addition for inflation. And we can discuss is 4% high, is low. I don't really know. That's the number we have right now. And then that is the different baseline of either adopting one of these 3 plans there on the side.
I see it keep coming up of the Larkfield Wickiup neighborhood and other neighborhoods. You can simply hop on 101 and it's 5 to 10 minutes to Santa Rosa High. I'm trying to figure out where that's coming from, because in my experience, that's not realistic.
Depends on time.
I think that we can all utilize our own estimation and knowledge of the area for the travel time. My understanding is the proposal differentiation is based on the number of bus routes we'd have to provide, not based on travel time. Is that accurate?
Yes, busing is just based on number of lines that we run and distance that the bus rides.
So
it's
when it
not
says
based on
here, it
time.
takes twice as long to get to the school, that's on busing routes, not on travel time for families. Slide here that says it would take twice as long to get to a Carrillo than Pioneer.
Or Superintendent August?
Yes, that's our understanding from the bus routes is that that is the estimate that we have on that.
So it's the travel time differentiation of the bus routes.
Understanding.
Trustee Delatorre, any further questions? Trustee Medina and then Kirby?
Thank you. Going back to since you got this slide up, given that we went from 2.3 million to 2.8 million, and you anticipate with A and B that we potentially go back to about the 2.3 maybe, or 2.4, but with 7 and 8 now going to LC, isn't there potential for even more savings?
That's something that we discussed as a fiscal team. And that's maybe is the trade-off between lower inflation percentage and a reduction in cost of busing the students from the historical Cook boundary up to Comstock. So I think it becomes a wash between that savings and possibly a low inflation estimates here. So, it gets all bundled up and it's really difficult to say, this is the cost for just the Cook busing versus, the cost for other stuff. So I feel pretty okay with this $2.4 million projection, considered, the inflation and the reduction in cost might kind of weigh each other out.
First on this slide, it's just sucks that our costs increase so much. So moving on to the slide that says enrollment projections A based on 2025, 2026. Let's see.
I think it's before.
I don't know what number slide it is. It's got all the schools, the resident students, 2025 enrollment change.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, I think it's that one. Yeah. I'm just trying to understand. So could you clarify what residents versus students mean?
Yeah, so when we think about doing enrollment projections, there are two numbers that you need to consider. The first one is where do students live? And the second one is where do students go to school, right? And those two things usually do not go hand in hand because students move schools because of intra-district transfers and so on. They want to attend a different school because of special programs. And so when we draw boundaries or when we develop boundaries, usually we look at residents. So where do students live, right? And so that's what you see in the first column. The second column is where do students go to school, right? So if you have a school that is acting as a magnet like Maria Carrillo, you will see Maria Carrillo getting more students attending Maria Carrillo than students that live within the boundary of Maria Carrillo because families drive into that school. And then another thing to consider, this puts together 712, right? So it's not just high school students, but you see any student that is enrolled with us 7 up, right? The 2025 enrollment here is either the high school side or the comprehensive secondary side, right? So Maria Carrillo, right, it's 1,600 students, but that is because that is just the high school students. And so the 720 increase would be the Rincon Valley students, right? So if you put Rincon Valley, Maria Carrillo together, you get that 2,300.
So with residents, does this only account for students that are part of our district that we know of, or does that also include students that are potentially attending like RUP or other districts?
Yeah, that's a good question. This just relies on our own student information system, so it excludes students that do not attend Santa Rosa High School,
City schools.
The Santa Rosa High District. As you remember, the county is conducting a demographic study that includes every single district around us. And so we might have better numbers after those data set becomes available, hopefully in December.
Thank you.
Trustee Kirby?
First, I guess my question is following up on Director Della Torre on the Alta Vista area. So currently, when you were showing the busing loop on what's going on currently with that area, the students go to Carrillo. Some of that area falls outside the circle, so they would be required to be bused. Are we currently running a bus line for those students to get to Maria Carrillo?
No.
So if a student is attending a school on a transfer, part of the transfer request is the acknowledgement that the family recognizes that because they're requesting to attend a school that's not their neighborhood school, the family would be responsible for their own transportation. So if a student, regardless of which school they're attending, if they live outside of that area but are attending that school, we don't provide transportation unless they qualify under foster youth, McKinney-Vento, homeless youth, or IEPs.
So
I understand all that. Sorry, maybe I didn't word my question correctly. So these students live within Maria Carrillo's boundary.
Not
They're in the
currently.
it
yellow.
depends. If we can go back to slide 3. So if we are talking specifically the Larkfield area.
No, I'm talking about Alta Vista.
Oh, Alta Vista, yes, they will receive busing to Maria Carrillo. They are eligible. I don't know if we have any riders up there, only for the southern tip of Alta Vista. We haven't really done I can tell you exactly which, neighborhoods, but it's basically the southern tip of the hill, right?
Yeah, no, I get that. I guess my question, what I'm trying to get at is, we currently don't bus students in that. You're including that as an increase in operating costs or something. We're going to have to add a bus line, but we're not actually busing those students currently. So why would you think that we would have to all of a sudden start busing those students?
Superintendent August?
Because if it becomes their attendance boundary, and
It already is their attendance boundary.
So if it is their boundary and they live outside of that busable, we have to offer the transportation with getting the 60% reimbursement. We have to, if they qualify. So if they qualify income-wise, so if they're an unduplicated pupil, we have to offer busing. So that would be why, because we have to have that as an option if we have students who qualify for it. That's where that consideration comes in.
Okay, but they may not.
Correct.
Okay.
So that was one thing, if you think there was an elementary school that we had arranged busing at the beginning because we had expected busing, nobody took advantage of that. We pulled back and aren't offering that route, I believe, or it's on a reduced basis.
Okay. Regarding this map, so Area 3, which the maps look so different on our interactive map versus what you have shown. So the portion, I guess, east of 101 that used to be Montgomery and now is LC, is that?
Sorry, other way around. It used to be LC Allen, was assigned to Montgomery this school year in preparation to the closure of LC Allen High School.
And now you're adding that section back in all these proposals, correct?
Yeah.
And that area is also outside of the busing area. So are we going to see increased costs now because we're going to have to start busing, adding bus routes for that? I didn't see that included in there.
Actually, will result in a busing decrease because there was a small quirk in if you go back to slide the current slide. And I'll show you what I mean is that we are currently running 2 bus lines in this, South Santa Rosa Ave, because there is a small part that is actually still assigned to LC Allen as slide 2 or 3, if we look at the current one. And I remember having a conversation with the bus company about this. So it would actually allow us to reduce 2 more. All right, so here, if you look as number 3, see how there is a little dent, right? That little dent has about 100 students that currently take the bus. So we are running a bus line on the left side of Santa Rosa Ave to LC Allen this year, and another bus line on the right side to Montgomery, right? And so assigning that area to either one will allow us to run 1 bus line. I don't know if that makes any sense, but as we discussed last time, hopefully the overpass, is that Todd Road?
Hearn Avenue.
Yeah, Hearn.
Well, there's Todd Road, but
Yeah.
there's also Hearn Avenue.
Yeah,
where the bus
Todd
goes.
is, yeah. So when that comes online, it will be really easy to, go over the freeway and going to LC Allen, probably like a 10-minute bus ride versus trying to make your way up Santa Rosa Ave and get to Montgomery. So that was what we discussed. And I think the new proposals reflect that.
But I think the bus just goes up Santa Rosa Avenue, but 7th and 8th are going to go to Montgomery, and then.
But let's
9th,
keep
12th.
with questions. We'll have lots of time to discuss. So questions.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Do you have any? Okay. Trustee Jenkins?
I just had a follow-up question to that little dent area. With the priority levels, priority, whatever we're calling it, when kids are, say, if they're at Montgomery this year as a 7th grader, and they would like to stay since they've now made friends, their families there, all of the things that go with that. If that shifts, then do they no longer get busing?
So when we consider students who are continuing students, if the student is already enrolled at the campus, and I'm using that word very specifically because we used to talk about schools, but we know that we have 2 programs currently at Montgomery, a junior high and a senior high. We have 2 programs at Santa Rosa High, and we're going to continue expanding that. So if you are already enrolled at a campus, we are not expecting them to reapply. They are considered a continuing student and will be continuing at that school should they choose to. So we're not asking 7th graders to reapply or 8th graders to stay at their campus. If they qualify for transportation, then they will continue to be offered transportation. And we will look at unique situations on a case-by-case basis.
Doesn't that also give us, we would be in the same pickle then, like potentially next year and the following years if kids came in earlier because of the 7 to 12 shift to Montgomery and they choose to stay, then it would still be 2 bus routes. Has the potential to be, is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
August?
Yeah, I think that's the question right there is what would that then happen, with those students? Because my understanding is that we are not proposing keeping 2 separate bus routes. It would be 1. So no, if they are there on, yes, a continuing student, but as a transfer, so no, that they would not have that busing, that transportation. They wouldn't have to apply. It would just be an automatic that they get to stay. They would still have to have transportation to they would have to provide their own transportation to Montgomery. Yes.
Yeah, there would be a few unique situations in which the student may qualify for transportation, again, under one of the other qualifying criteria. But when families say, I am choosing to attend a school, not my neighborhood school, they are saying, I am making that commitment to provide my own transportation.
I do think that point is not that needs to be very clear to the community because that will create some pretty significant inequities.
Dr. Bardelli, was that sliver 100 students or 100 students being bused?
It's about 100. I don't know how many off the top of my head. I know that we are running 2 bus lines, and a bus line can carry up to 80 students depending on, how many you put on a bench.
But we also heard from West County that even though they can carry 80, some of those bus routes are carrying in 4.
And remember, a bus route has a fixed cost that they charge us. It's about $100,000 plus mileage for each student that rides. And so our ratio is calculated both using fixed buses, right, that they allocate to us and number of riders. And so the calculations, next time that Mr. Barksdale comes in, he can provide you a little bit more. That's my, very simple understanding on how we get charged.
Further questions? All right, I have a couple of questions. Can we, Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I think I just wanted to add, I've been looking at the bus routes on West County. And it didn't look like any of them bus anywhere from Alta Vista. So I just wanted to add that. Looks like Montgomery has 5 bus routes and one of them does coincide with the 2 bus routes that LC Allen has. So just wanted to add that.
Any other questions? All right, I have a question, slide 16. So I appreciate the clarity of the transportation costs associated with each of the options. This slide has information on the facilities implications. It's just a little less clear to me which option has which implications here. So could we just walk through this slide for me?
I would say that this isn't related to particular slides. This has to do with the conversation around the space, the capacity, and when we need to build new buildings versus not needing to build new buildings for capacity. So, I mean, with the more even distribution, that does limit the additional new buildings needed.
Which would then provide more funds for the improvements for the 712 model?
Correct.
Yes, and so this is, you can see this slide as a cost savings associated with discontinuing, facilities master plan project. So for example, Comstock, their currently facilities master plan has $26 million worth of work that has been identified and planned for on that facilities master plan. As we have, voted to pretty much move that school to the Pioneer campus, that money we are not going to make improvement to the facility, right? And the money will go back to our facilities part for further, division for use somewhere else. And so this just lists what, the potential costs that are identified currently on the 2016 facilities master plans. And then for you, as a rule of thumb, Mr. Oden also reported how much you might expect if, you want to consider, building 2-story classroom buildings between $30 and $40 million and modernizing of existing spaces about, $10 million.
Okay, and thank you. So this is, that I appreciate that answer. On the bus slides, slide
5, maybe?
so 5 that has the circles up there as well.
The one with the costs?
I need the circle one. So I think it is slide, well, actually any 3 of those. So slide 22. So on this one, that Santa Rosa Avenue corridor, where there's like a sliver, this moves more to the east. So we don't actually have to provide busing to a big chunk of that Santa Rosa Avenue corridor based on this circle.
That's correct. I don't really know that area very well past I don't know how many students live outside this busable area. In my mind, like as you drive down Petaluma Hill Road, in my mind is mostly like undeveloped pasture. So there is a few houses here and there, but it's not as dense as the corridor right there, close to Casco in a sense. There might be some development. And if you want to think about like the last road that cuts this way should be Todd Road there. So I don't know how many people live south of Todd Road alongside Santa Rosa Ave that will need to be bused.
Pretty much Yolanda. From Yolanda, Petaluma Hill Road, that's where all the developments are kind of up
Yeah,
on.
that is in the busable. So that area, right? So Yolanda there, it's, the flat area where the red and the green is, that is Yolanda, right? South of Yolanda, there is a lot there, right? Many students that live there. I don't know many more students live, farther down south.
Yeah, on
like
Petaluma
towards Rohnert
Hill,
Park.
it's basically Yolanda, which is the beginning of the city limits. South of that, there's not very much, aside just from houses.
Yeah, and so like, when you look at this again, there is a big green area that is not busable here, right, that we need to bus. There are not many students living there. That's at least is my impression as driving through there. But that's not my neighborhood, so I don't really know.
No, I appreciate that. Thank
Vice
you.
President Caston, if I could just jump in momentarily and ask to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Absolutely. There's a motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes. Oh, oh wait, sorry. Are you opposed? All right. Passes 6-1. 5-1. 5-1. Trustee Prack absent. Roxanne, thumbs up. All right, thank you. All right, with that, we'll continue on questions. Any further questions? All right, seeing no further questions, we are going to move to public comment. I have one card on this, and then we'll move to online public comment. First, I'll invite up Luke Bowman.
Evening. My name is Luke Bowman. I live on Brush Creek Lane, just west of Brush Creek Road, across from Brush Creek Park. We could walk and ride bikes to Carrillo. I have 3 kids at Madrone Elementary. My house is located in the area identified for potential redistricting from Carrillo to Montgomery under Proposal B, what's been referred to as the Alta Vista neighborhood. I'm speaking today to voice my objection to Proposal B and urge your board not to adopt it today. My kids are actively involved in school, after school and summer programs, sports and activities in Rincon Valley, through which they are creating close friendships with the kids at their school and other Rincon Valley schools in our neighborhood. I was just commenting the other day to another parent about how great it was to see my kids forming bonds within our community, which will support them when they reach the more challenging years in middle and school and high school. Proposal B would change all that for my kids. It would draw a line through the middle of Madrone Elementary School. And my kids would be sent to middle school and high school where they'd know almost no one and would be separated from the kids that they spent the prior 8 years from TK to 6th grade forming bonds with. I urge you to prioritize continuity for our kids and not draw arbitrary secondary boundary lines that divide elementary schools and neighborhoods. Please do not adopt Proposal B. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I have no further cards. I will move to online comments.
Members of the public joining us on Zoom would like to comment on item G10, please raise your hand. You have 90 seconds. Our first speaker is Pierre Magnin. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Pierre Magnin. I'm the parent of 2 middle schoolers who are currently at Rincon Valley Middle School. I'm speaking tonight because I'm deeply concerned about the proposal 1022B, so the one that's cutting out Alta Vista neighborhood from the Mara Carrillo boundaries. I just want to highlight that in the neighborhood, it's already creating some panic and confusion with parents and students about what this entails. Many families in this area have bought their homes truly believing their kids would go to Maria Carrillo, and some of them bought their homes years and years ago, right? Because of the school's strong academic reputation and the outstanding results. So that's a really big part of why we are here. And now suddenly this would be taken away. So I just want to highlight the fact that many parents are already talking about what would be the next step if this proposal is approved, and would they have to, take their kids out of the public system, take them to private schools, which I think is exactly the opposite of what this board and district is trying to do. We don't want to have lower enrollment. We don't want to have less funding, and we don't want any instability in the district. And this decision typically would be one that would really probably make people lean towards private schools. So not thinking this is really a productive proposal. And also I would like to know if we can get anyway more clarity on the plan, and if there is a plan for the 7th and 8th graders from this specific neighborhood who are currently at Rincon Valley Middle School, which is the feeder to Maria Carrillo, because is this proposal that then they are out of Maria Carrillo next year? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Ms. Deakins.
Sorry,
Go
that's
ahead.
School, Natasha Deakins. I'm just deeply concerned that we're talking about adjusting boundaries without first dealing with the 7 through 12 model between Rincon Valley and Maria Carrillo High School. Looking at that enrollment projection sheet, there's only 2 high schools that actually have more students than residents, Santa Rosa High and Maria Carrillo. I'd ask the board to look closely at when it says the enrollment is balanced across all high schools with the exception of Pioneer. I don't know how that's, maybe I'm misreading this. If Elsie's at 935 and Santa Rosa is close to 2,000, the change in number of students to see Carrillo at 720, is that moving, displacing 720 students? To talk about boundaries without actually having a viable plan of how we're going to accommodate those students on campuses seems like putting the cart before the horse, or whatever that late night expression is. I apologize, but please ask more questions about that particular slide. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is iPhone 108. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Sorry, it's Margaret Boone. I just want to go back to the added cost of $500,000 to busing, because that is a huge amount of money. And, we're looking at you guys asking a furlough day for teachers, and that's about what it would cost for the teachers to take a furlough day. And it just seems crazy that we make these choices without stopping and really assessing the full financial ramifications. And if it was cheaper to stay with the historic boundaries, and it's caused so much chaos and hardship on parents to change them, I don't know why we changed them when it cost us $500,000 more. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kara Abelson.
Thank you. My name is Kara Abelson, and I am here to express my opposition to Proposal B. I have 3 kids at Madrone Elementary School who have made extremely close friendships with their classmates and other students in Rincon Valley through Rincon Valley programming. I think that's what lost from this conversation is that Proposal B directly divides Madrone Elementary between 2 different secondary schools. My kids living just west of Brush Creek Road would have to go to a different school than the majority of their friends at Madrone Elementary, who they will have been there with for 8 years. I think that it would create extreme disruption, especially during those really meaningful and difficult preteen years where kids really need a sense of community, which is what we've been working really hard to provide our kids with by integrating them into Rincon Valley, and then to have them be pulled from that into a new secondary school with majority new kids is something that I'm asking this board to consider the impact of that, especially when it's only looking at 100 kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Caston, there are no other hands raised.
All right, thank you. I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I'm going to move to discussion. We'll go trustee Jenkins, De La Torre, Medina.
So I move to postpone action and reconsider previous actions regarding secondary district structure at a special meeting held next Wednesday with additional information requested from this discussion.
No.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Motion for postponement's been moved and seconded. We have to handle that first. It's a privileged motion. Discussion on postponement. Trustee De La Torre.
I agree, it should be postponed. I don't think we can have a special meeting on this next Wednesday, so that's my position. I do think it needs to be postponed and more information needs to be processed. I just don't think we can squeeze a special meeting in within a week to get all the answers we need.
On postponement, Trustee Medina.
Yeah, I disagree on the postponement. I'd still like to discuss a couple more things here to see if maybe we could maybe come to some sort of agreement. But on the postponement, I oppose that.
We have a motion before us to postpone to a special meeting next Wednesday. I'm going to go for a roll call vote on that.
I'd like to move to amend the motion to read to not postpone until a further meeting and to take action today.
How about we just vote, and a no vote, we'll do the same thing as that amendment. Okay, so a motion, yes, or a vote, yes.
Is there a second on the amendment? You could ask first if there's a second.
So the motion that was moved and seconded is to postpone to next Wednesday for further discussion, then a special meeting that would be called. The proposal by Trustee Medina is to amend the motion to not do that. And I am suggesting that by voting no, you would have the same effect as the amendment. So to save us 2 votes, we could do the same thing by just saying yes to do the postponement, no to not do the postponement. So
So Director De La Torre, since you're in agreement with the postponement, but not so much the next week, do you have a time, a date that you think would work best? Because I think with the postponement that you have to have a date.
I do not have a projected date that would work best. I am unavailable next week. So, and this is a very important topic that my constituents' voice should be heard on. So I just can't make next week work at all for something like this.
I'll also say that if we vote no on the postponement, it doesn't mean we're taking action today. So just to be clear on that. Last comments on the postponement, Trustee Medina.
Yeah, so first I would like to ask Superintendent August in terms of the need for action. One thing that I looked at was the school locator, right? And right now it doesn't even have the updates from our last meeting, right? And the impact of that on what our families are experiencing, the impact on that on our staff needing direction as they plan. Because one of the things that I've heard, I think a couple times throughout the meeting, is that there's things that aren't happening because we haven't provided this clarity. And so it's delaying things, right? And the next year is coming rapidly and we need to take action. Our staff need that from us. We're just making it more difficult by delaying this. Overall, I think what has been presented to us has been pretty well thought out. I'm lacking clarity on this Altivist option, but it seems like I would be okay if that's a little adjustment we would need to do for option A, but I think it seems like the recommendation from staff for option A makes sense. So I think delaying it, I don't see the reason, like what more are we going to get that we're not getting now? That's just going to cause further hardship and stress and trouble for our families and our staff.
Motion for postponement is privilege. I'm going to give Superintendent August a brief moment to respond, and then we'll move to a vote if you have a response.
I think that would be my question is what else would be needed for us to bring back the conversation?
If it passes, then we'll go into that discussion. Roll call, please.
Wait, but how can we make an informed decision on whether to delay it if we
So-
don't have that information?
So a motion to postpone is a privileged motion. The discussion I've already allowed isn't normally allowed. We're supposed to go straight to a vote on it. And I allowed it to provide more context. If we want to have more discussion and more deliberation, then you need to vote no. If you want to postpone it, then you vote yes.
So I think just to clarify, if we vote no on the amendment right now, it just takes us back to discussion so we could continue discussing. If we
Correct.
want to continue to do a delay after that further discussion, then we could still do that.
That is
But
your clarification is correct. Roll call, please.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
No.
Trustee Medina,
No.
Trustee Prack,
We're at the vote.
No.
President McNally,
No.
Vice President Caston,
Aye. The motion fails 3-4. We will continue with deliberations. Trustee De La Torre.
Thank you very much. So my concerns with the proposal is we're close, but we're not quite there. My wife and I raised our children in Rankin Valley. A lot of the students they grew up with and had life bonds with went to Madrone Elementary. So this Alta Vista neighborhood is really concerning me because I'm hearing the family's concerns, and we cannot split an elementary school to go to two different middle schools and high school programs or two different 7-12 programs. It just doesn't make sense. And living in this neighborhood just west of Brush Creek is Rankin Valley. Like, it is walkable, it is bike rideable. And for us to, it seems very discouraging to be listing potential busing numbers as a deterrent for certain boundary options that aren't actually feasible. It's a guesstimation of what things would cost. I feel by changing the boundaries for this school year, a mistake was made and we increased our busing by $500,000. So we need to go back to as close of a 2024 boundary as possible, since we have 5 high schools that we're trying to populate. These little, we're close, but these little tweaks, and those are my main concerns, is that we're trying to dig ourselves out of a mess that we created within 1 year, and it just doesn't add up.
Steve Medina.
Yeah, so I think I'm having trouble like seeing exactly what this boundaries are with this Alta Vista neighborhood. It seems like part of it is within option A. Part of it is in the Maria Carrillo and part of it is in Santa Rosa High School. So I just wanted to see if we wanted to make like a slight adjustment to the map that includes that on the west side, what would potentially be the road that would need to shift?
So for option A, the boundary is the city limit, which follows the boundary between Santa Rosa Elementary and Rincon Valley Unified. So for option A, the boundary is somewhere on the hill, on the other side of Eden Valley. This is the boundary like it was in 2024 and how it's always been. So option A does not do any changes to the historical boundaries between even the districts. So it does not include that. And the boundary is the city limit, including also the northern side, Fountain Grove and so on. So the Alta Vista neighborhood only comes in when we consider option B. And as I said at the beginning of the presentation, A is the base, and B and C are ingredients that we can add on top. But we can say not to be any one affect A.
So if we go forward with A, the Alta Vista neighborhood is part of the Maria Carrillo boundary.
That's correct. And also, if you go A plus C, Alta Vista stays at Maria Carrillo, right? So B can be added on A, but it's not a requirement for either or.
And A was the recommendation of staff, right?
Yes.
May I very quickly ask, in order to help facilitate the time that we spend talking these, is there any trustee that is interested in continuing discussions on option B? Option B, the one that includes what trustee Delatorre and Medina were just discussing? Okay.
I'll move to approve option A as presented.
Is there a
I make
second?
an amendment to that motion and approve options A and C combined.
Can I ask everyone to hold one quick second? Can I just ask, are we all okay with ruling out option B? Okay.
Yes.
Let's take that affirmation. I'd like to move through.
Roxanne gives a thumbs up too.
Okay, thank you. So everyone is good with not talking about option B. We're now talking about options A, C, and other considerations. So with that, I would like to give everyone an opportunity to comment, but a motion could be in order. So Trustee Medina, if you feel the need to make your motion, you may, or we can continue discussion and see where everyone's at first.
Well, nobody seconded my motion, so it's still dead. My motion was to approve motion A as presented, then.
Okay, is there a
Trustee Torre asked to amend that to C, to add C, but
I can make a second with the approval of an amendment to add C to A.
I don't go.
All right, let me just go one at a time here.
Your time, please.
So we have Trustee Medina's motion to approve A as presented. Is there a second?
Is A for the feeder schools that would feed into Montgomery, are those schools still separated? Because there was issues with Luther and, is it Proctor? I know, but if the boundary lines that are drawn for the second.
So
Sorry.
The question from Trustee Prack is concerning the elementary boundaries. That's coming back to us in the future as a different item.
Right, but
This does not,
secondary boundary lines.
none of the three of these options are different for that. They're all the same for what you're speaking to. So all three of these have the same consideration that would need to be addressed with the elementary boundaries. And so let me return to, I have a motion from Trustee Medina. Do I have a second? Okay, not hearing one. The motion will fail for lack of a second.
So my question is to Trustee De La Torre. I don't get the, to me, it doesn't make sense to why we would just have that weird split there. That
split is where students for the last 30 years have gone to Creo, and that's what I want back. So I'm asking for proposal A and C to be approved so that the Larkfield students living next to the Larkfield Shopping Center can continue to go to Maria Creo to the high school that was built on East Santa Rosa for East Santa Rosa residents.
And it's currently only 5 students according to the slide.
All right, let me keep going down this motion road. Trustee Delatorre, would you like to introduce a motion? Would you like to make a
I
motion?
make a motion to approve options A and C.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a live motion before us, which would be the AC combination option. We'll move to discussion on this motion. I'm going to go Trustee Jenkins and then Medina.
I'm not seeing what the difference is between A and C.
This motion would be base option A with the change in C. If you move to slide 14, that's the difference.
So it's not A and C.
Sorry, it's C. You were correct.
Amend my motion to approve option C.
So the motion before us is option C.
And to
Second.
A is included in C.
No, so
What was wrong with the first way I said it? I want A and C. I
You-
motion, Kirby seconded, go to a vote.
someone give me the full map page that has C on it. Which slide number is that? Yes, perfect. Slide 21. Let's put that before us. The slide before us, slide 21, 10-22C, is the motion from trustee De La Torre, seconded by Kirby. It's not both. That was,
It's just C.
this slide is the motion before us.
So my question goes back to the $100,000. Where is that being accounted for with this? Because in the busing, it said that option C was an additional $100,000. So what route is that?
Superintendent August. Or, perfect.
So if you consider the busing routes, we can run a busing routes from Larkfield to Santa Rosa High School. So from the island there, right, south. The kids that want to ride the bus that live in that yellow under one would be able to ride on that bus to Santa Rosa High. If we give that area to Maria Carrillo, we'll need to add a busing line to Maria Carrillo. So that is the extra expense, is to run an extra bus line from that neighborhood to Maria Carrillo.
So my
There's
question
not a bus
is-
line now. There wasn't a bus line in 2024, so it's a hypothetical bus line we're talking about.
All right, so I'm going to, trustee Medina, can I hold for President McNally? She has not actually spoken yet, so I'm going to go to President McNally and I'll bring it back.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify. So if we go with C, we're talking about the expense of a hypothetical bus line, which yes, has not been utilized in the past, but could, especially if new families move to that area or those students reach the age that they want to attend Creo and they now need busing. Versus if we don't approve C, if we stick with A, then we're talking about hypothetically 5 students choosing to leave our district and go to private school. That's what I'm hearing.
Think we have a correction on there, so I'm,
Sorry, the 5 students is a red herring. There are altogether 53 students that live in the area identified as 1. For the 8 of them are attending Maria Carrillo on a transfer. So when you look at the students, they just count on a resident line, but not on the student line, because remember, students attend the school they are assigned to. 5 students that live in the area now attend Pioneer. I know this is all confusing. And that's because the area is currently assigned to Pioneer, and probably because of transportation, because we bus students to their home school, they are going to Pioneer. So when you look at changes in students, we are talking about changing in students that are attending the school they are currently assigned. A lot of the Larkfield families have elected to stay at Santa Rosa High if they live in the north area and Maria Carrillo. So altogether, there are about 300 students living in that strip, but most of them ended up attending Maria Carrillo or stay at their historical home school, because as you remember last year, we offered any family that wanted to stay at their school, at their old home school, with the difference that since they are on transfer now there and not residents, they had to provide their own transportation. So this proposal, either A, B, or C, would fix that by giving them back their attendance area and giving them back transportation. So that's why the transportation comes into here. So it's 5 students currently live there, go to Pioneer. 48 students live there and go to Maria Carrillo.
Is
So
it a
that's why it
hypothetical
comes in.
bus line or is it a real bus line?
so we would have to offer it, whether students actually choose to use it and we continue it past the first couple weeks of school, that's dependent. And also something to think about and is that the reimbursement of potentially 60% of that bus line. So the dollar amount swing is not as, it's a bus line runs us anywhere from 100 to up to 135,000, but 60% of that would be reimbursed through our apportionment in the following year. So just as we're thinking about that, then just to confuse the numbers more, but really just trying to make sure that we're looking at it with that full picture to know what the swing is there.
President McNally,
So I'm still trying to understand. So it still sounds like to me like this is the cost difference of bus lines versus losing students. And to me, like it has to be about cost. As much as I feel for students having to change schools, like we have to think about cost. So which costs more, busing those students or losing them if they decide to go private?
Superintendent August?
The loss of ADA would be more than the cost of the bus route if it were 48 students, if that's the number that we're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
And just to make sure I didn't get these mixed, you said 5 are going to Maria Carrillo and 48 going to Pioneer? No, 48 going to Maria.
5 to Pioneer, 48 to Carrillo. Or on a transfer.
On transfer to Maria Carrillo.
On transfer
Or
to
they
Carrillo.
stayed at Maria Carrillo as continuing students or siblings.
And to clarify, those students who are currently on transfer would remain on transfer, so they would not be moved. It would be the future siblings or others in the area. So it's hard to say what that number would be. But if you assume the same number in the future, we'd be talking about around 50 students.
And as was brought up earlier, siblings will continue to receive priority because we really want to keep families together, right? So it's not our plan to, split siblings. It would be just for new students coming in, living in this area.
Okay, Trustee De La Torre, then I'll come back. Trustee Medina, there's a few folks. Trustee De La Torre.
So we're really focusing on costs, and I highly appreciate that. But by changing these boundaries, we increased our cost by $500,000 in busing. I'm trying to go back to the 2024 busings, where we're going to be back in a savings out of the $500,000 we're potentially spending this year. And basically, we're talking about $35,000 in a bus route if it is picked up by families for Carrillo. So we lose more money by losing ADA if we do not fix this, opposed to approving this and maybe or maybe not needing a bus route.
Okay, Trustee Medina and Jenkins.
I think my understanding is by going to, let's say, option A, we're saving again the $470,000, right? But right now, this is Pioneer. The proposal in A is to change it to Santa Rosa High School. The actuality is that most of them are going to Maria Carrillo. And so I think just for me to better understand kind of the concern, Trustee De La Torre, is if we continue the practice that we're doing, that allowing them to go to Maria Carrillo with the sibling component as a priority for those that are already attending, is that not accomplishing what you hope to accomplish, or?
So I've been told by constituent families that that's not actuality. They have a son graduating as a senior in Carrillo this year. They have a daughter who's in 8th grade at RBMS. Because her brother graduates, he no longer anchors her to Carrillo. So she'd be told to go to a different school her freshman year, not with her friends from RBMS, not with her dance troupe, not with the people she's trained with. So I'm trying to fix this and put Lincoln Heights and Larkfield Manors back in Carrillo so that those families can stay going to the school they've been going to.
Right, Trustee Jenkins and then Trustee Medina.
I hear the conversations that are happening, but when I look at the map, I see, and I'm reminded that this is not for this next school year. This is for 27, right? So we're talking about, oh my gosh, I thought we voted to keep the boundaries as they are for next year because Elsie's staying as boundaries, keeping the boundaries that we have for next year. And this was going to be for 2027. So if I'm wrong, then we need to clarify that. But then also, if we are going to 5, 7 to 12 schools, Piner's getting smaller as they're building a building. Carrillo's getting bigger as we're trying to fit in 720 kids onto their campus without the capabilities of building buildings there. Santa Rosa is getting split and more kids when we really need ArtQuest to thrive. Montgomery's Montgomery. I see the conversation around the corridor. I'm concerned that that's still going to cost us money because kids are utilizing those buses. So I just want to make sure that like we're all on the same page here. Like how are we doing a 7 to 12 at Carrillo when we're making their space bigger? And why are we taking away space from Piner when we're adding a 7-8 there?
So I just want to clarify one thing, and this is also will be part of my comment, but if we don't take action, it's not the previous map, it's the transition map. And for Santa Rosa High, there was a substantial reduction in its boundary from the northern part, but we didn't add the southern part of the, because that was going to be that was the transition, was to give a 2-year transition to then come down and take the southwest part. So the current transition map, if we take no action, is an in-between kind of purgatory, and it really has a big impact on Santa Rosa High because it means that the part that was taken away for the transition is still taken away, but the part that was supposed to be added won't be added. So just for a little bit of context of if we do no action, that's a part of the concern. Trustee Medina and Trustee Medina.
So I think my understanding of our last meeting, we adopted and approved the Elsion area going to that Petaluma Hill Road as is presented in most of the options. This, to answer your question, Trustee Jenkins, it is for 26, 27. And from the last meeting, what I understood is that we would be revisiting specifically this northeast section that is kind of this intersection that we're talking about, which is what we're talking about now. And now going back to Trustee La Torre, you highlighted a very specific issue, which I think earlier Stacy indicated that maybe there are some nuance that needed to be clarified within the policies. I think specifically to that situation, the senior going out, the 8th grader coming in, that maybe that just needed to be clarified. So,
But that was one example. There's several examples that are coming across via email and text with families in the Larkfield neighborhoods trying to stay at Carrillo or be allowed to go to Carrillo. It's like, this is the amount of messages Director Kirby and I are getting about this are overwhelming.
So we have a motion before us for proposal C. I'm hearing us start to repeat the same conversation. Trustee Prack, do you have anything you'd like to add prior to a vote on C?
Just want it balanced and equitable. That's all I care about.
Okay.
Balanced and equitable.
Okay. Trustee McNally, do you have anything else that you'd like to add? All right. Let's go to a roll call vote on the proposal for map C.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
I don't see it, so no.
Trustee Medina.
yeah, I think I'm going to go no right now.
Trustee Prack.
No.
Trustee President McNally.
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. Motion passes 4-3. All right. That was C. All right. Does anyone object to us continuing through? Would anyone like a break, basically? Do we need a 5-minute break? We need a 5-minute break. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:20. All right, it's 10:22. I'll call us back to order. We're going to move to item G11, discussion on parcel tax consideration and next steps. Superintendent August presenting.
Unfortunately, legal counsel is not available to join us, but I can walk us through the information shared. This comes to the board from the Finance Subcommittee as a recommendation to move forward with the exploration of a parcel tax measure. If you recall, back in early 2024, it came before the board for a vote whether to move forward with further surveying or consider putting it on the ballot. At that time, it did not look like there was sufficient support, and so that was not acted upon. It was tabled to be brought back at a later time. The reasons that we want to bring this back to consider a parcel tax, uncertain outlook on future of education funding, state, federal, local levels, and providing additional resources for student services, and just to name a few, academic enrichment, technology, when we think of the things we've been struggling to fund. There are two different options for us, a flat rate or a per square foot. One of the things that it does have to be uniform except for improved versus unimproved. And we have some flexibility on structure if you look at a per square foot, it still has to meet uniformity requirements, but if you apply that evenly, so for example, if you were to provide an exemption for a certain square footage or make a cap, those are things that would be still uniform as long as they're applied in the same way. Potential timelines, there are two timelines, both are actually very tight if we are looking to move forward. June of 2026 would be our first opportunity, which would be consolidated with the primary election. And this is incredibly compressed. What we would need to do now is to retain a consultant, consider if we would conduct any polling, and work with council and the consultant on the structure. January of 22 would be the target to give the county resolution text ballot to allow time for translations, proving arguments, all of that. And by March would be the statutory deadline for the board to take action for a June ballot measure. This really does not leave much time for campaigning, which obviously does not happen by the district. That is, we can provide only factual information. The campaigns are handled outside of district business. For November 3rd of 2026, with the general election, late of 2025, considering polling and creating the measured language with the consultant and drafting that. It just is a longer timeline slightly. Does give us a little more time to really get factual information out there to go through that process. And I'm just going to get through this really quickly and then we'll go back for questions. If we are moving forward, if the board chooses to, next steps would be to choose an election timeline, consider what we would look to for bringing in a consultant, and details of preference for rate structure, limited term or ongoing, some of those restrictions on use, determine level of likely support or support from likely voters, and bring forward a resolution for consideration.
I do have public comment on this, so we need to start with questions. Then we'll go to deliberation after public comment. Trustee Medina.
Sorry. Here's where I'm at. So the last time this came forward, I think that the biggest deterrent, aside from like the so-so polling, me was the lack of support from our bargaining units. For me, I feel like a lot of the work in terms of language and stuff maybe has been done. That personally, I wouldn't want to necessarily waste more consulting money on that. I think that if we could get the support of our bargaining units to move forward, I would want to maybe try to just start going that route. And then I would only support the November timeline, because then it, aside from giving us more time, I think it also is tied to a whole new academic year.
So Trustee Medina, do you have a question? Because we do have public comment, so I need just questions.
We're in discussion, right?
No, just questions. I still have public comment we have to do before we go to discussion. So do you have any
Okay.
questions about the presentation?
The only question would be, are we required to do the consulting phase? If we, or can we use the language that was previously put together?
I believe that we would need to bring in some consultant time. I wouldn't believe that we would need to use as much as we have in the past. Just, we would need legal counsel, in speaking with them, they would need to work with a consultant to draft final language.
But we wouldn't be required to bring in a consultant for polling.
Correct.
And have we had any conversations with our bargaining units about this yet? Or if not, is there a maybe timeline to do so in the near future before we go towards action?
So we did discuss this very briefly in our fiscal stabilization committee, where our bargaining units are members of that. We do have representation in there, but no, we have not had detailed conversations with our bargaining with our bargaining partners yet.
And in those discussions, was there potential support, concerns?
At that point, it was just informational about all of the, when we are talking about all of the things that we are looking at, when we're talking about exploring additional revenues, as well as looking for areas to reduce the budget. So thinking overall budget solutions, it has come up as a topic and brief discussion. We have not gotten into depth on it yet.
And I think just to clarify, with the parcel tax, it would be, it wouldn't be restricted for facilities like a bond measure. It would be something that we could use on everything. And what would be the percentage of the vote that we would need to get?
So it requires a 2/3 vote when from the voters when put on by the school district. It also requires oversight committees similar to the bond, and does have restrictions based on the ballot language that is put forward, but it's not, a parcel tax is not typically a facilities funding. It is an ongoing operational funding for specific items within the operations.
Trustee Kirby, questions? And then Trustee Prank.
Just briefly, you said we may be able to save some money on the consulting. What is a normal consulting kind of charge for something like that?
Well into the six figures. The last time when we chose not to move forward, it had to do with additional surveying and polling. That next step was going to be an additional $150,000. So if we're carving out the polling piece, if we are not looking to do that part, I could come back with what we paid for consultants outside of that, get a little bit of an idea. But I don't know that number off the top of my head yet.
And just to confirm, that is general fund money, correct?
Yes, there aren't any restricted funds that could be used for that.
Thanks.
Trustee Prak, then Jenkins.
Oh, I don't have anything positive to say about this.
Questions? Questions?
I don't have any positive questions to say about this.
Trustee Jenkins?
Just to clarify what I just heard. So if we are going after this, if we go after the parcel tax, we need to spend money up front on all of the things, and there's no guarantee that we get money back. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, thank you.
All right, Trustee Delatorre.
So just to be very clear, what is the value of working with a consultant? Because if I understand correctly, they're the ones for a parcel tax, you have to write specifically what you're asking the voters to pay for.
Yes, there's specific guidance that our legal counsel has shared that, yes, they can draft language, but they really need that collaboration with a consultant to help them to guide it in a way that would be, one, beneficial for the district as far as would meet our needs, and partially also the the work on what that dollar amount should be and how we get there. So it's that piece of it that's really the part that we absolutely need the consultant for.
Right. If there's no more questions, I'm going to go to public comment. I have one card. Michael Hilbert. Oh, Trustee Medina.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't know if you recall, Superintendent August, but was it about $5 million a year that it would potentially raise?
The last one that we looked at was about $6 million total combined between elementary and secondary, I believe. And that was looking at what pulled better at that time was the $75 flat per parcel. However, the board had more interest in exploring a per square foot as it's a more progressive tax.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to public comment. Michael Hilbert.
Yeah, set the timer, huh? The restroom outside should be left unlocked for the public during meetings. The correct answer on this is to say no, don't go forward on this. It's quite likely, given a certain circumstances, you could be headed towards receivership. And, going after a tax increase without looming is not the right thing to do. I'll read to you something here. Mid-Penn housing is exempt from property tax under California law for their affordable housing developments. There's a 4-story apartment building going up on Sebastopol Road right now. It's going to be exempt from property tax, and many, many, many affordable housing apartment buildings are exempt from property tax. Burbank and all kinds of them. So what's going on here is the state is doling out the exemptions left and right and sticking it to the people who pay for it. Sticking to the people who pay, the honest people who pay, get hit with the burden. And that's not right. People don't like it. And I also, object to this, any suggestion that it should be flat, because you're considering flat versus square foot. I mean, it's the most horrendous type of regressive tax if you go with a flat tax, and it'll certainly be contested.
Thank you. I have no further cards. We'll move to online public comment.
Members of the public joining us on Zoom would like to comment on item G11, I think. Please raise your hand. Our first speaker is iPhone Mom. If you can please state your full name for the record.
I don't know how I've become iPhone Mom. Sorry, it's Margaret Boone again. I just wanted to say that I hope that we don't move forward with this as much as we need money, and I certainly advocate for us to get money any way we can. The general consensus of people that I've spoken to is that they're even less likely this year than they were last year to go forward with this. Our reputation with regard to how we handle our finances is even worse. And my brother said, if it's a parcel tax for a school, I always just sign off on it. But with this, I'm not giving any more money to your district. And that is really how a lot of people feel. And it's unfortunate, but that is where we are. So it would just be a waste of money to continue to pursue this. Thank you.
I believe that was iPhone 108. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next speaker is iPhone Mom. If you can please state your full name for the record.
Hi, it's Sheila Walker. First, I thank you, board, for I guess I'm saying thank you for bringing this forward, but just no thank you in support of it. I know why you're doing it, and I do feel like that you need to look for every way. But I agree with the teacher, the awesome teacher that I often hear speak on here, and I hear such high things from Monty families about her for all the things that she said. There's just not support for it. As one of the other speakers also mentioned, I have always voted yes on anything that had to do with education and children and youth. But I will absolutely um, walk the neighborhoods and the streets against this one. That trust is broken, and I feel sorry for for the board, the majority board, that you were handed this and you get to deal with people being so frustrated. So I know you're trying to do, and I actually, if this board would have been there, honestly, I would have signed up, even with some of my unfortunate experience in the district. I would have signed off on it, but um, no, hard no.
Thank you for your comments.
There are no other hands raised.
I'm going to bring him back for discussion. Start with trustee Jenkins and Prack.
I move to postpone this indefinitely.
Not an action item, we're just discussing. We're just sitting, okay. Trustee Prack,
I don't even want to discuss this. I think this is a horrible idea. This district has had a history of mismanaging money and making poor decisions with our money. And I said 2 years ago that I would never support a bond or a tax that would be supporting these schools because this problem that we've created, and I wouldn't want to ask our community to help towards fixing our mistake that we caused ourselves.
Trustee-
Maybe I'm mispronounced or misspeaking, but oh well.
trustee De La Torre.
I really feel your concern, trustee Prack, and appreciate your words. And being a member of this board is exactly why we need to explore this and support this parcel tax, because we are the current board, and regardless of who put the mess on our plate, we are the Board of Education for the City of Santa Rosa School District, and it is our duty to be proper stewards of our finances through this mess. And I don't see how we do that without a parcel tax. The city of Santa Rosa is going to be asking for a tax increase. We are not alone in the mess that we're in. We did not create this by ourselves. There's a whole economy struggling right now. And the board faith and trust in this, and that we are in control of how to rebuild this and right this ship, is why we need to do some exploration and find ways to find every cent possible to help get this district back to where it needs to be.
Trustee Kirby.
I would like to propose that we ask the staff to come up with the wording to explore explore a resolution that we can actually bring forward and vote on as a board.
Thank you. Trustee Medina.
Yeah, I think I'm in line with trustee Kirby. I don't see anything happening without the support of labor as it relates to any initiative for taxes. I don't know if our district has ever done a parcel tax. So it's definitely something different. I think it's, given our situation, I think we need to look at all possible solutions. I think this wouldn't even have an effect until possibly 2027, right? And so just given where we're at, I think we got to at least explore it with our labor partners and looking at what we need to do to solve the issues that we're in, regardless of what might have happened in the past. We're the ones that are here right now. And I think of it not just in the context of like we're this body and there's this district. I think about it in the context of what it is that we have to provide our students to get them the best education possible. I think that's our ultimate task. And we got to find a way to best do that. And I think this is an opportunity to explore that. So I would ask that we, again, engage with our labor partners, try to see if they're supportive of it. If they're willing to support it, then I would love for us to move forward. If they're not, we can't do anything without them, in my opinion.
Thank you. President McNally.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree that there's no way this will work without our labor partners. If our teachers are saying no, then we need to gain their trust back first. Public believes the teachers over us right now. So yeah, if we can get the teachers on board, but at this point, I don't think we have that.
My comments, I think we should pursue this. I think to get feedback, one of the first things we get whenever we ask for feedback is what are the details? So I think to a certain extent, we need to develop language that we can actually talk about in a way where there's how much revenue, how would it be spent, what would the restrictions be, elements like that. I personally think we need to see language that's on the square footage side with an exemption for the first about 1,000 square feet in order to not overly burden homeowners, especially in smaller home situations. And then with a consideration of a cap to consider our agricultural areas. I also think we need to see something that has and doesn't have a sunset. And we need to see an option that restricts the spending to 98% non-administration um, with a need for those restrictions to also be that these outside of the legally required 3% reserves, that these funds would not be used for reserves. So it'd actually go to current year expenditures. But I think within those guidances, until we have specific language from legal counsel to share with our labor partners, it would be difficult to get a response that we could use to gauge their support. And so I'd hope that we could develop that type of language and talk with our labor partners at the same time on that specific language, and then bring it back here for us to see the language. At the same time, we can hear about the feedback. Trustee Jenkins?
Yes, I do have a comment to add to the discussion. Is I'm well aware that most of the systems that are supporting our community right now are in a similar situation that we are, as far as financial hardships, I should say. And so what I have heard from systems is that most of the systems are also going after some type of tax on a ballot in the next couple of years. So I just want to put that out into the world, because as we're trying to do more with less and asking all of our staff to kind of do more with less, if our systems are constantly will be asking for more of their money, I just want to make sure that our community is also taken care of as we move forward. So I would just very much warn that if there's not like a solid yes from this, that we proceed with extreme caution.
I appreciate that. I do want to also add, though, that especially as we're looking for sustainable funding for the future, San Jose City Schools receives a little over $10,000 to $11,000 on average per student. In other communities like St. Helena, they receive over $30,000 per student from property taxes. And, you know, for our community to be at a third of what neighboring communities get in order to support our students, I feel like there's a place in between where we are now and where a community like St. Helena is at that would enable us to do a better job. Recognizing all the commentary about the past, but that also we have changed and are continuing to change things as we move forward. So I exploring getting specific language, talking to labor partners is not a commitment on how we vote when it comes back. But I also, as we say that we're looking at every option, this is an option that I think needs to be one of those as we're having those conversations. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and, President McNally, none? None, okay. I'm going to go ahead and move us to item G12. This is discussion on expanded learning update. Dr. Castro and Reimer presenting.
Thank you, President McNally, Superintendent August, members of the board, student staff, and community of Santa Rosa City Schools. We have here tonight for you a very brief presentation on the expanded learning options that are overseen by Director Dr. Michael Reimer. We'll go ahead and let him get started here.
Good evening. Great to see you. Thank you so much for the time this evening. The presentation is broken down into two parts. Number one is a high-level overview and update of expanded learning programs, and it's followed by an overview and update on the summer programs from summer 2025. Oop, I've screwed this up already. Excuse me. Oh my. Sorry about that.
This
So-
isn't attached, right? We don't have a link to this?
I'm sorry?
This isn't attached anywhere?
It is attached in the board item in the agenda.
You have the presentation and then you have a set of appendices.
Yeah, the presentation.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I wanted to talk just quickly about the intent of expanded learning programs. Expanded learning programs is really an umbrella term that we use. And this evening, we wanted to just provide a quick overview. Of course, expanded learning programs broadly are intended to provide a comprehensive after-school and after-school offerings and intercession programs for our students. In our district, the after-school programs are primarily offered through two different channels, if you will. The district's childcare program, and then also in conjunction with one of our partners, the Boys and Girls Club. In our after-school program work, we focus on prioritizing UPC students, unduplicated pupil count students, and work to ensure that they are enrolled and apply first, and then, build it out, of course, to expand access more broadly across the district. Currently, our district offers both free and fee-based after-school offerings, and it's dependent, of course, upon student and family eligibility. One thing we wanted to celebrate at the end and draw the board's attention to is a focus on ensuring that our after-school programs are not segregated within schools or between schools. And one thing we've implemented this year is a common application portal for both the childcare program and our Boys and Girls Club program, and then work to assign students to different programs dependent on their eligibility and school site. As a part of the funding requirements that we use for expanded learning programs, I wanted to remind the board that we use restricted funds. There's a couple of different ones listed there. Our after-school programs are not funded through the general funds that the district receive, restricted. And as a part of that, there are additional requirements. One is known as the 9-hour day. So in addition to the core academic day, and if we add on the expanded, after-school program hours, simply we're required to offer 9 total hours of experience at the school site. In addition to the 9-hour day, we're also required as a district to offer expanded learning programs for 30 additional non-school days, and they have to be 9-hour days as well. And we do this primarily through our summer school offerings, but in recent years, we've grown that out to other intercession opportunities. And when I use that phrase, what I'm referring to are things like spring break, winter break, and this year, Thanksgiving break programmings. And finally, I'll just point out that as part of the funding requirements, of course, we have to adhere to the student-teacher ratios, which are a little bit different, obviously, dependent on the students' ages. If we're focusing on after-school programming, I wanted to highlight and celebrate this slide. We're currently offering after-school programming at all of our 7 elementary schools, at all 4 charter schools, and now with a recent contract several weeks ago, at 4 of our middle/junior high schools as well. And to frame that for folks tonight, we thought we'd compare what's happened simply in the last 3 years. We've moved from 740 students served in our after-school programming to this year, 2,011 student spots. It represents approximately 172% expansion in that 3-year period. And of interest, if you work out the numbers, approximately 3.5 hours additional time on campus each day in after-school programs, you're looking at just under 1.5 million additional hours of student time on campus. In addition to the 2,011 students who are in the Boys and Girls Club after-school program, we also wanted to celebrate and highlight the district's childcare program, which is currently serving 425 students at 6 of our elementary schools. I had referenced the intercession offerings a few moments ago as well, and just wanted to draw everyone's attention to these additional, I think, time periods that are important, separate from summer school. And so this year, we're pleased to be offering, in conjunction with Santa Rosa City Rec and Park, a Thanksgiving break program, and also are looking forward to winter and spring break camps on our campuses as well. Finally, with expanded learning programs, depending on the year, we've also worked to sometimes customize or tailor specific tutoring support programs for primarily for elementary students in the past. And then for the past 2 years, we've helped to support and build out evening and night schools in conjunction with the high school team.
But before you continue into summer, I actually want to stop here, see if there's any questions on what content that we've covered so far. And then we can move into the summer part of the presentation. Trustee Kirby?
Sure, hopefully a quick question.
Sure.
I thought I saw in there that it said you work to prioritize UPC students.
Yeah.
How does that done? I know, so they have priority. Is there like a waiting list, and then you add non-duplicated students after that?
Yeah, we use a variety of techniques. So it depends a little bit on which expanded learning program you're referencing. But I can speak, to a common technique that we use is what we do is we query down the database for some of these specialized programs, whether it's summer school or intercession, and query it down to UPC students first. And then what we do is we do either a special parent square or email outreach, encouraging those families to apply first. So, that's been a successful tool, essentially giving them first knowledge and first access to those programs, just with the application itself.
Do you have a rough idea of the percentage of UPC? Is it 80-20, 90-10?
In terms of
UPC versus non?
In terms of outreach or participation?
Participation, sorry.
Off the top of my head, I'd have to say, I'd have to double check. It would depend a little bit, whether we're talking summer school or the intercession opportunities. So I'd be hard pressed to answer that quickly for you.
Okay, I was just curious. I think so.
Sure.
Questions on the non-summer school portion of the presentation? Trustee Medina?
Thank you. So on the childcare programs, I'm wondering, are we, well, I know we had an increase in fees, right? So I'm wondering, did that number go down or up in terms of the childcare, the number of students that were providing services?
Thank you for that question. So we did present to the board last year, roughly a year ago, on the increase in fees. And simply to answer your question, what we've seen is that that number has essentially stayed the same. So even though we were forced to look at, some increases to our fees, for the families, interestingly enough, we've stayed roughly the same.
And on that same topic, are we involved in any way or keeping abreast of what is happening with Measure I? And could we potentially benefit from that with the childcare in the future?
So we've worked to follow, local conversations and additional opportunities as they come up. The short answer is there are no immediate implications, for our programs or funding. But we continue to, I think, evaluate the landscape and look to continue to partner with people who can assist with common goals for the community.
The other question is with, it's good to see that, we've got stuff going on at the middle and junior highs, but with the non-summer options, does any of this funding help with potentially stuff at the high school students for students that aren't in sports, for offerings to them?
For the high schools? Yeah. So I'd say that the broadest opportunity for all three levels, elementary, middle, and high school, are at summer school. So, and I'll talk more about that in a couple of slides.
Yeah, so I'm asking about the non-summer school part.
Yes. So intercession, so spring break, winter camp, and Thanksgiving have been primarily geared towards elementary students. And that has to do a little bit with the funds that we use to offer those programs. Simply, it's more restricted and specifically targets younger students and UPC students.
Thank you.
Trustee Jenkins?
Is there an opportunity to restructure the, I guess, budget for these programs so that it is less? I understand that we raised fees, but with the use of, with the numbers not changing, that just reflects that parents need a place for their kids to go, a safe place for their kids to go while they're working. That's how I read that, because that's how I live. And is there a way to adjust how we spend our money with this so that our costs can go down to families? I mean, I know that our costs are down with the UPCs, but to expand that to like people who are making underneath a living wage in Sonoma County, who can't make ends meet, but have to work so that they need a place for their kids. So we have a less of a financial burden on our students. Is there any way to adjust things in that realm? Because it's extremely needed. I see it in all of the numbers here.
Superintendent August?
I'll address that a little bit. And we've been having these conversations pretty regularly. As a reminder, we increased the rates because we were subsidizing from our general fund in the six figures every year. So that was the reason for the increase. We are now, it is a self-sustaining program, and now is actually able to, part of the things we are looking at is how now we can look at the increased use of our facilities and how there should be a shared cost in actually the operations of that. Because right now, we've added programs without looking at the actual impact of the cost in other ways. So those will be coming as information items as we talk about budget solutions and more detailed information.
But does that impact the family's bottom lines? Like, I'm missing the connection.
So the rates, essentially, we have not recouped all of our costs over the years. And we've added programming that now increases our operational costs. So that's what we're evaluating right now, is what that nexus is. And we had a meeting the other day with Melanie with 4Cs, talking about, okay, vouchers and how that program works and how we can try to maximize more services for our families.
Trustee De La Torre?
Thank you for the presentation, gentlemen. Are there any opportunities we can explore to collaborate and innovate more with our community partners to provide positive, impactful opportunities for our teenagers during this intercession opportunities? Idle hands can lead to trouble. And, you know, if we have space at schools, just is there any opportunities we might be able to explore deeper, since a lot of that funding is specified toward elementary age students?
Great question. Thank you. And that's why I'm so keen to celebrate the Thanksgiving break camp that's new for us this year. As a matter of fact, I'm very pleased to report to the board that today I was told actually that it's already filled up. So it's a pilot for us. We've already filled up 150 spots and have a waiting list already going. And forgive me, we've only made 2 or 3 Parent Square posts about it. So we do see the demand. I think that there is room for continued innovation and to grow these things out. And that's what we're trying to do as quickly as possible together with some of our partners.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Trustee Medina, and then I'm going to ask a question.
I think, following up on my earlier comment and kind of to address what Trustee Jenkins mentioned, I really would hope that we really pay attention to what's happening with Metro I. I think from the timeline that I saw, January is when they might open up the grants, potentially. So, and I think as it relates to facilities, we might have something that might be able to tie that would be able to offer our families, greater services and hopefully at a self-sufficient type of model. So, I just wanted to make sure we're paying attention there.
Thank you for that point. And I'll just politely note to the board as well, if you read the weekly board bullet points that we put out, I think I highlighted we're exploring right now an additional grant opportunity as well, separate from that one that you've mentioned. But we are always on the lookout for additional funds or grants or opportunities, of course, to make it sustainable in the long run.
Within that context, my question is specific for our child care programs, after school and what used to be before school. Have we explored, and I know that there's been periods where the Boys and Girls Club has been able to expand the number of seats that they're able to offer without there needing to be a cost for parents. And so have we explored the extent to which that we could expand that up to the ability to include households that may not qualify for food, for SNAP, but are 2-income working families that need this type of access to free programs?
Thank you. So we continue to have those discussions internally. It's an ongoing conversation I think that we've had. Part of that increase last year in the fees, unfortunately, had to do with a historical debt that had accrued over many years. The move last year, to increase those fees, I think was important for the district to consider structurally to make sure that that it was sustainable in the long run and that it wasn't impacting other funding from the other funds or resources, that it wasn't encroaching on other areas. Having said that, I'll come back to that point again. I think that the team internally continues to look at ways to try to reduce that cost for working families as much as possible. Part of it will be dependent, in my estimation, upon additional funding that we might receive from other grant applications.
So I think my question is externally to our partner, Boys and Girls Club. Have we asked them, can they serve our students within more of our students within their current funding for free? And I would add into that, can we ask them, can they serve more of our current students and reopen morning care? Because the loss of morning care while raising prices was a significant hit to working families. So not internally, but externally, have we had that conversation?
So I continue to work together with our partners, on all parts of the work, including enrollment, recruitment, and numbers. I mean, you'll understand that it's a sensitive conversation after contracts have been signed, with guarantees both ways between the groups. Having said that, I'm pleased to let the board know that specifically with the Boys and Girls Club, in previous years, they have allowed us to over-enroll hundreds of students. So they have been very good partners to us in terms of maximizing the use of our dollars and serving as many kids in our schools as possible.
And I guess my hope is that we can ask in a friendly way, how far can we maximize? How big of a scope can we get? How many seats can we open to include more of our students?
I've got a meeting scheduled with them tomorrow. I'll make sure to ask again.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions on the non-summer school?
I just wanted to find out, with the childcare, what ages do we serve?
Our childcare programs, we've broadened it out to try to serve as many students as possible. And what I mean by that is we focused even on making offers to students who are not necessarily students in our district. So we've tried to grow it out as a real service, I think to kids and community. TK is the earliest that we accept those applications.
And what's the oldest?
Well, the child care programs in our schools run at 6 different sites, all elementary school, and accept students up to 6th grade.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move to the summer part of the program. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's fantastic to celebrate the fact that 2,827 students participated in 15 unique summer school programs this year. 9 were sponsored specifically from the district, and 6 were done with our CBO partners. We serve students from all 3 levels, elementary, middle, and high school, and we balanced academic offerings together with enrichment and activity programs. Summer school program ran this summer for 9 total weeks. If you're keen to have a look at the actual programs, I'd encourage everyone, to click that link, which will take you to this page. And then if I can get back to my slideshow. Again, if you're keen to have a look at exactly where and when things were offered, I encourage you to click this link. And this year I've included another link I thought that was important to consider and review. This is the support and the launch timeline that we use to successfully launch something of this scale. So it includes dates and activities, including outreach to parent groups. DLAC we always start with early in the year, and then work to include other important stakeholders that we want to intentionally include in the messaging and celebrating the opportunities. High school counselors, administrators at all 3 levels. If you're looking for more information on how we roll it out, that's a great link for you. I had mentioned that the district had sponsored 9 different summer school programs this year, and I've got them listed here for you. I'll just pause briefly. And the community-based organizations that we also partner with, I mentioned there's 6, and they're listed here. Considering the student and family voice is very important, we survey families and students every year with the same 4 questions. I'm proud to tell the board and community tonight that all 4 responses went up again this year. That's 2 consecutive years, actually, that we've seen increases in all 4 questions. And so it tells us, I think, that we're on the right track, that we're considering the feedback carefully and learning each iteration to strengthen the programs for families. Looking ahead to next year, we continue to analyze and evaluate the data. There's always refinement and pruning of programs. We want to make sure that we're aligning our summer school programs to what's happening in our LCAP, meeting the needs of our students. Hiring and staffing is a key part, and I wanted to thank the Human Resources Department for partnering carefully with us this year. It helps so much when we get those positions posted early. And then, of course, the final thing, we are always looking to strengthen communication and celebrating the opportunities with our families.
Thank you for the presentation. Before I bring it back for questions and discussion, I want to emphasize that in multiple occasions, we've had meetings where we've pulled items from consent that are related to contracts for these services. And we have said there's that presentation that happens in the fall where we would ask questions about how the program works overall. This is that presentation. So let's make sure we ask any of the questions in context that we want tonight so that when we get to consent items, we're prepared to vote on them. Trustee Medina, then De La Torre.
I think the first question is, so right here on one slide, it says Migrant Education Summer Program. Was that Adelante? So on the slide that says the summer 2025 programs, the first line says newcomer English, but under Migrant Education Summer Program, is that referring to Adelante?
So, no. So, so number one, just to direct everyone, there is an additional appendix document that we're referring to that I'm showing now on the screen. And to answer the question, we actually have worked two different migrant programs into our summer school offerings. The first one is at the elementary school level and is run by district staff members. This one that's referenced here is a secondary one and is done in conjunction with the Santa Rosa Junior College and is the Adelante program.
So the one on the appendix slide?
Yes, there's two migrant education slides. One simply is for elementary students. The other one targets slightly older students in conjunction with the junior college.
And they're both found in the appendix.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was just trying to clarify if the Adelante program
Is the high school one.
was tied here, and I just wanted, I thought I heard that it was no longer gonna exist. Is that accurate or is that wrong? For the future, for next year?
I have not heard that it's no longer going to exist. Now, of course, because of the funding situation, there was a back and forth. So you may have heard that when the federal funds had been suspended for a certain amount of time, but I have not heard anything about it no longer existing at this point.
Could we find out and have that confirmed or
Absolutely.
clarified?
I know a lot of districts that no longer have the staff to actually run their migrant ed programs. We're doing everything we can to actually salvage ours, but yes, we'll look into that.
Yeah, I'm just concerned as to like students that would have gone to that, are they gonna have nothing as an option?
Absolutely.
And the other question, are we able to find out, I know a lot of our students go to the JC over the summer, and I'm wondering if we could collaborate with SRJC to just kind of get that data and have an understanding of how many students are also engaged there as we get these reports of what's happening this summer with some of our students.
Absolutely.
I'm going to make sure we get to everyone with the 15 minutes we have left. So if we have extra time, I'll come back to Trustee Medina, Trustee De La Torre, then Kirby.
Just real quick, and it doesn't have to be answered tonight, but I really want to encourage that you bring any requests to the board in ways that we may be able to foster relationships and build support. I'm a huge champion of community engagement, and all of these are opportunities to engage and enrich our students academically, socially, emotionally. So if there are opportunities you need us to participate in or to socialize with these programs or our partners, please let us know, because these are vital partnerships that I want to make sure we are continuing to connect with and lift up so that we can find more ways to spread these opportunities.
Most definitely. And I wanted to thank you as well for your participation in this summer's Mike Hauser Academy again this year. Thank you so much.
Trustee Kirby.
Thanks again for the presentation. No, one of the slides, it said, obviously a part of these programs are that we continue to analyze and evaluate data that we receive from them. Are you doing that or is someone on your team doing that? How is that, how are we doing that?
Yeah. I play a primary role in the analysis of that data. But I depend on others, the IT department and some tech help as well, to look at that carefully. But I, kind of coordinate and lead major parts of that.
Okay, I just wanted to point out that for example, the impact report about by the Springboard collaboration about the reading programs.
That's right.
At Luther Burbank, that copy of the report. That's an excellent analysis of one of our programs and how, you're seeing it in action and how the students are gaining in that. It'd be great to see something like that for all the programs. I know maybe doesn't fit to all the programs, but anyway, I just wanted to say that's an excellent example of how you analyze the data and show progress.
Thank you for that. I agree. One of the unique characteristics about that particular summer school program is they have embedded a pre-post test study design naturally into their reading intervention. And so it lines itself up very naturally to a comparison and some excellent data. Having said that, I don't know if we currently have the capacity to do that for all 15 summer school programs, and some of them are not configured exactly the same way. But it is an excellent report, and that's why I've included it.
Further questions? Trustee Medina, or Trustee Prack first, then Medina.
I just wanted to say thank you for offering the Excel for Youth. My daughters have participated in that program when they were, well, now they're too old, but for a few years, and they really enjoyed that summer program. So thanks.
Trustee Medina.
One thing that was recently brought up to me was this, what was a look at summer school. I think it was 2 years ago, it was at LC Allen, and last year, I think it was at Pioneer. And this, that there was, for example, with LC Allen students, like when it shifted to Pioneer, like almost none went there. When it was at LC Allen, a lot of them went there. So what I'm wondering if we have like data on patterns of number of students going based on the location, and if any of the funds provide transportation, because if that's some sort of issue that we're seeing based on where it's housed each year.
Thank you for that question. I agree, and the short answer is yes. So we do have that data, where the students, where their home school is from, right? So we can see that very clearly. And then, the other reality is that we move summer school programs over time. They are not always offered at the same location, and that has to do with construction, renovation, rotation.
Creating junior senior schools.
Yeah, that's right. So, so we can see some of those trends. But I wanted to note this as well. This year, we actually worked to provide some busing from LC Allen to the Pioneer Summer School site. So that was considered up front, and we wanted to make sure that we were supporting things properly. Having said that, I don't know if it's always enough, but it is something we consider and are keeping an eye on.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We're going to conclude this item. I'm going to move us to item H1, approval of the minutes.
Motion to approve minutes of the board study session and regular board meeting held on October 8, 2025.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Delatorre, seconded by Trustee Kirby. Roll call, please.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee Prack,
Aye.
President McNally,
Not present.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. That motion passes. The minutes are approved. We're going to move to board member requests for information. Superintendent August, is your pen ready? It is ready. All righty. I'm going to start with Trustee Who's raising their hand? Kirby, there we go.
I just want, I believe I brought this up September. I think I just wanted to make sure, I hope soon we're going to see the cell phone presentation from the test cases from last year, and then hopefully a policy perhaps very soon.
Do you have can you provide that information, or are you going to send that information? Because if you can,
We will include the timeline in the board weekly.
right. Trustee Medina?
Thank you. I would like to have documentation specific to materials that is provided to staff about the CCGI program. That's for them to understand how it works, also as it relates to implementation and sharing that information with parents, any information that provides parents information on how to log in, how to create accounts, and how our students are being trained or how they're being served to use the system. Secondly, information items that our counselors have on how we issue the civic engagement seal on diplomas. I know it's included in our policies, but state data doesn't show that we've ever issued any. I doubt that our counselors even understand any procedures. So any information on how we could provide that and or ARs related to it.
Yeah. I'd like to reiterate some of the requests we've had around financial documentation. I think we need to see an analysis on the savings as best as we know it from the actions that we've taken to date. I think we need to get more comfortable with differentiating between actual current year numbers and what I think of as planning or macro numbers. And if we don't have perfect information, let's put the proper notations in it to say it's not perfect information. But like tonight with the bus route elements, that's a lot more useful than nothing. So I think we need to see those numbers and then properly disclose whether it's an estimate or not. That goes into the 7-12 model decisions. It goes into all the decisions we've made around staffing, everything that we're being asked for from the community and that we've been asking for from the board. We need to get it here in whatever state it's in. And so that's my request. Any others? All right, with that, I'm going to move us to information items. On there, you'll find future board discussion items, acronyms. We have our facility project updates. We do have correspondence with SCO regarding fiscal year 26 updates, and we have the future finance subcommittee meeting dates. This is not a discussion item, it's there for information. And then we'll move to item K, adjournment, and we will adjourn at 11:25 p.m.